the Elimination Chamber. So we know that we're getting all of those. In fact, I've got the full cards. Well, not the full cards, but everything that's been announced. And it is a lot of segments that WWE have put this week onto the official preview. So I've got all of that written down. As we said, it is the go-home for Elimination Chamber. So let's just quickly go down the match list. Go down that. We'd like to do that at the start. And then we can jump over to the chat and say hello to everyone and go to questions, thoughts, theories. The other thing I wanted to do as well is the WWE roster has been released for 2K23. So I thought it might be fun if we went and just had a little look at that as well. So I've got that lined up to take a look at as well. So tonight we have got Bobby and Brock taking on a contract signing. They're going to be facing each other in this contract signing. I would imagine that's going to result in a brawl. I'd imagine that's going to result in a pull apart. So Bobby and Brock in a contract signing. We've got Asuka, Nikki, and Carmella taking on Liv, Raquel, and Natalya. So that's all 6 women in the Elimination Chamber, just in a 6-woman tag. The match doesn't mean anything. It's just momentum. I don't even... Sometimes they do a little gauntlet match where the winners can be the last to go into the pods and like the losers are going to be the first 2 to enter and stuff like that. We've seen them do that before. They're not actually doing that this time around. Instead, it's just going to be this 6-woman tag match. It would be good if the winning team were guaranteed to be in the pods. Like, that would be good. So 3 of the women on the winning sides all guaranteed to be in pods. That means that they don't have to start the match. That at least would give this match a purpose. But I can't say that I've seen that stipulation anywhere. But that would be some... Do you know what? That'd be some good booking. That'd be some good booking. They could actually do that, and they should do that. Next, we got Miz TV. He's going to be with Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is going to be talking about Logan. Logan Paul, obviously, still playing on his mind. Rollins is going to be talking about that. And we've got Miz against Rick Boogs, and we've got Bronson Reed against Mustafa Ali. I can see we've still got a little bit of lag as well. Just a little bit of lag keeps dipping in. That's my fault because I did try to push the quality back up again following the weekend. We were doing it at 720, and looks like it's still not ready for that. So give me 1 second. I'll get it so that I'll knock it back down, and it should hold then. So that's my fault. I thought it would be good enough to hold now. I thought there was some stuff at the weekend, but it looks like... Right. Drop the quality of it down to 720, and I'm hoping that that now means that it's going to be a bit better and a little bit stronger. So that should hold a little bit better now. Alfie said he's lagging. Bad lag. Yeah, as I said, I pushed the quality up. I really thought that the quality was going to be able to hold, but it looks like it's really struggling tonight, you know. Even dropping it back down, it looks like it's having a little struggle. So we'll keep an eye on it. But, yeah, hopefully it's just having a little bit of a bad patch. That's going to be really annoying because I can see the light constantly going from green to orange, which is kind of like, oh, I'm about to go. No, I'm green again. Oh, I'm about to go. No, I'm green again. Now it's gone to red. Oh, well, isn't that flipping annoying? Isn't that annoying? Let me try a different router. I'll try it on a different router. We'll see if a different router... Right, we're on a different router. I don't know if that will help at all. In all fairness, if we're going to have lag issues, I don't actually mind them being right at the start of the stream. I'd much rather have them now and get them sorted than they hit us like later on in the stream. So if we are going to get any issues, I'm all right with it being around now. That looks like it's holding better, you know. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. Kian said, have you seen the video clip of Dave Meltzer and Roman Reigns about his match not being a 5-star match? Your thoughts if you haven't seen it. I've not seen it. I haven't seen it. Donald said, Days and fans of Days, hello. Donald, shout out to you. Grant said it's going to be a short stream today. Yeah, maybe. It looks like it's holding a bit better on this new router, though. So I think it was a dodgy internet connection, maybe. Hopefully this will hold. I dropped it back down to 720p. So, right, I have no idea if you heard the breakdown. And plus also, whilst I was reading that breakdown, I was massively distracted by the fact that the little light in the corner was going green, red constantly. So it was really hard for me to concentrate on anything other than that. So let's just go through this breakdown again, right? We'll get it done quickly and then we'll move over to the chat. So go home show for Elimination Chamber. Bobby and Brock are going to do a contract signing. Asuka, Nikki, and Carmella are taking on Liv, Raquel, and Natty. That's not for anything as far as I know. That is just all the women that are going to be in Elimination Chamber facing off in a match. Then we've got Miz TV with Seth Rollins. He's going to be talking about Logan Paul, apparently, because that's still playing on his mind. Clearly, we're building towards a match there. Clearly, it's going to be Seth and Logan at WrestleMania. Don't know how you feel about it. I'm sure there's some people pretty pumped because when Logan's gone out, he's always put in very impressive performances. And against someone like Seth Rollins, I can't see why it won't be another impressive performance, to be honest. So I don't think there'll be too much hate on that. But equally, if you look at the reaction Logan got at the Royal Rumble, it's quite clear that like there's a good, healthy amount of people that just aren't feeling it. And I must admit, I am in that camp. I'm not feeling it. Like, I'm very much in the camp of if you want to be a wrestler, then be a wrestler. I've got no interest in someone coming in and just doing a few matches a year at the big pay-per-views, which results in a wrestler not being able to have that spot, right? So a wrestler works all year and then can't get on the show because Logan's come along and he takes that spot instead. Like, I'm just not into this. I'm not into this at all. So it's not one that's going to be grabbing me or exciting me. That will come to the surprise of nobody. But that is what we're going to be talking about tonight on Miz TV. Then we've got Miz against Rick Boogs. Then we've got Bronson Reed taking on Mustafa Ali. We've got that match as well. So several segments announced for Raw tonight. It is the go home for Elimination Chamber. And as well as that, we've got some very interesting Cody Rhodes comments to talk about. He was on Ariel Hawani's show talking about WrestleMania, talking about Sami, talking about AEW, even mentioned AEW. I think the AEW stuff is the most interesting stuff. He was talking about how he can't blame anyone for getting over at the moment. But yeah, I haven't had chance to listen to the whole interview, but I did hear the start. I did hear the key bits, and the stuff about AEW I think is very interesting. And then I want to have a look at the 2K23 roster. I want to take a look at that because there's some really big names in the game and a couple of big names that haven't made the game as well. So something for us to take a look at. I agree on the celebrities. It's not fair for someone that's been working for a spot on Mania to get pushed away by a celebrity. The other thing I would say as well, just to, obviously, we've been down that had this conversation many, many times, so we don't need to have it again, but I thought it was very interesting when Triple H was on Logan Paul's podcast, because Logan actually said to Triple H that backstage he sensed some genuine heat with some of the wrestlers. And he just nonchalantly said, I think it's because they feel I'm taking their spot. And Triple H is like, well, of course, you know, they're all competing for that same position on the card. So when I'm saying these things, I understand people, there will be some out there, Logan fans out there, kind of roll their eyes going, doesn't like celebrities in wrestling, blah, 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 right? This isn't even just my words. Like, this is coming from behind the scenes as well. Like, even Logan has admitted that there are wrestlers that are seemingly off with him, and he believes it's because he's taken their spot on these big cards. And Triple H has basically said, yeah, well, they would be, wouldn't they? I mean, this is a thing that is actually happening. It's not even theory. It's not even like, oh, I bet the wrestlers are upset. No, according to Logan himself, the wrestlers are off with him backstage. So we don't need to keep banging this drum. I know how I feel about it. And But I know that a lot of people like Logan. At the end of the day, there's a lot of people that just want to be entertained. They don't really care about that side of things. They just want to be entertained. And it is undeniable that when he's got into the ring, he's put on very impressive performances. So there'll be plenty of people excited to see him in action. If Seth versus Logan happens at Mania, I'm going with Seth. I prefer him over Logan, says Kian. I don't care about the part-time thing. I just don't want to see Logan in WWE, said Grant. Hello from Anna in Rhode Island. Shout out to you, Anna. Hope you are well. Courtney said it's the same when Ronda came back. She took her spot away from Sasha versus Charlotte. I feel if Ronda didn't come back, we would still have Sasha in WWE. Ronda doesn't seem happy in her second run. Justin said, not sure, haven't been about yet. Justin, hello, shout out to you. Aaron, hello, shout out to you, buds. Keaton said, what is your dream match for WrestleMania 39? Probably John Cena against Gunther. I mean, if you were going to talk dream matches and we're going to bring back a wrestling icon, a wrestling legend, I mean, you can do Gunther against like Johnny Gargano. I think that would be an amazing match. I think it would be a great showcase for Johnny. I think that if he just falls short, he could come out of it a bigger star than he went in. He wouldn't beat Gunther, but he would give Gunther a fantastic match. We know that Johnny is capable of 5-star matches. He did them down in NXT. And we know that Gunther is capable of 5-star matches. He did them down in NXT, but he's also done them on the main roster. And so I just kind of think colliding them two, giving them a good story, giving them a good build, colliding them, have Gunther go over, make the match of the weekend. Like, you know, Sheamus came out of his match with Gunther with tons of momentum. People were loving on Sheamus. Remember after the match, like Sheamus in the ring and the crowd going crazy for Sheamus because of what they had just witnessed. I sort of feel like you can absolutely do that with Johnny Gargano and Gunther. And the size difference, it's got a very David and Goliath sort of vibe to it. I would have it that he just falls short. I would have it whereby, you know, a bit like Volkanovski and Makachev at the weekends in UFC, people came out of that going like, wow. I think people came out of that with, I did, more respect for Volkanovski, the smaller guy, like than when he went in. In many people's eyes, Volkanovski was the greatest UFC fighter in the world. He went in there against a bigger guy, only a bit bigger, but a bigger guy who was the second best in the world. Now, the second best won, right? But it was so close, and it was such an incredible fight that the smaller guy came out with tons of credit. All I'm seeing is there's people saying robbery and all that kind of stuff. Like, I would do something along those lines for Johnny. I'd have Gunther win, but Johnny would come out with tons of momentum. So I would take a look at something along those lines. But John Cena's quite tempting because John Cena, of course, is a legend in the wrestling world. He is someone that is a big, credible name. If Gunther gets the win, and he should get the win, you've got to think that's going to be a boost to Gunther. Gunther being able to stand over the lifeless body of John Cena. Like, you've got to think that that's going to give Gunther a bit of a boost. You get a lot of casuals that tune into WrestleMania. And for them to see this person that they might not know beating someone they definitely know, I think is quite credible as well. So it would always be probably something to do with Gunther. Or Asuka as well. I do love Asuka. But yeah, Gunther, I think there's just so much you can do with him. So excited about where we're going with Gunther at the moment. Which will come out first, 2K23 or Fight Forever, a.k.a. Wait Forever, said Justin. Well, I'll tell you what. We said we'd have a look at it. We can have a look at it. I've actually got the roster in front of me. I'm going to read out the roster. Probably a big mistake because it's a big roster. But I know many of you are going to want to know who's in the game, right? And rather than sit here and just list the legends, I might as well just read through everyone. So it's a big roster. I'll tell you now, there's no Bray. And I've got a couple of thoughts on this. Thought number one, is he returned quite late. So he returned, what was it, like September, October? It's quite late in the year. Like, you've got to think by the time we get into that point, I would imagine the game is there or thereabouts. Now, how hard is it to get Bray and add him to the game? I don't know. But I think he will definitely be in it. But I think we're probably at the point where he's going to go in as DLC. He'll go in as downloadable content. And it could be a Bray pack. It could be Uncle Howdy. It could be Bray. It could be Funhouse Bray. It could be The Fiends. They could want to do it as like this big extra pack that you purchase. And I mean, look, everyone knows how popular Bray is and White Rabbit and all of that kind of stuff. So you've got to think that if you make the game, you've got to think that, like, well, everyone's going to want Bray. Aren't they? The majority of people are going to want to play with Bray. So not only do I get to sell the game, I'm going to sell, I would imagine, X amount of these DLCs. Like, this is actually good news for 2K. The only downside is that when they sell the game initially, he is not going to be in there. But I suppose the hope is going to be that there's going to be more than enough for people to pick it up anyway. So that's my thoughts on the Bray stuff. I would imagine it's the same as what everyone else is saying, that he'll be DLC. I mean, there's no way he's not going to be in the game at all at some point. No way. So he'll be DLC. I would imagine they'll go as far as to give him his own pack, but we'll have to wait and see. Right, here we go. Here is the list then. So AJ Styles, Akira Tozawa, Alba Fire, Alexa Bliss, Aaliyah, Andre the Giant, Angel Garza, Angelo Dawkins, Apollo Crews, Asuka, Austin Theory, Axiom, Batista, Bailey, Becky Lynch, Beth Phoenix, Bianca Belair, Big Boss Man, Big E. Big E's pretty cool. Bobby Lashley, Boogeyman, Booker T, Braun Strowman, Bret the Hitman Hart, Brie Bella, the British Bulldog. That's pretty sick. Brock Lesnar, Bron Breakker, Bruno Sammartino, which really caught my attention. Brutus Creed. We've got Butch. We've got Cactus Jack. We've got Cameron Grimes. We've got Carmella. We've got Carmelo Hayes. We've got Cedric Alexander, Chad Gable, Charlotte Flair, Chyna, Cody Rhodes, Commander Aziz, Cora Jade, Cruz del Toro, Dakota Kai, Damian Priest, Dana Brooke, Dexter Loomis, Diesel, Doink, Dolph Ziggler, Dominic Mysterio, Doudrop, Drew Gulak, Drew McIntyre, Eddie Guerrero, Edge, Elias, Eric Bischoff, Eric, Ezekiel. Imagine if all of Elias's family was in there. Farouk, Giovanni Vinci, Finn Balor, Gigi Dolan, Goldberg, Grayson Waller, Happy Corbin, Hollywood Hogan, Hulk Hogan, Humberto Carrillo, The Hurricane, Ilya Dragunov. That's great. Indy Hartwell, Io Sky, Ivar, JC Jane, Jake the Snake Roberts, JD McDonough, Jerry the King Lawler, Jey Uso, Jim the Anvil Neidhart. So I'm guessing you can do the Hart Foundation. Maybe not. I don't know. Perhaps I don't know if there'll be a few different attires in there. It'd be good if you could do the Hart Foundation. I'm talking about the tag team with Brett. Jimmy Uso, Jinder Mahal, Joaquin Wilds, JBL, John Cena, Julius Creed. So obviously we said Butch Creed earlier. Julius Creed here, so you can do the Creed brothers. Kane, Karrion Kross, Katana Chance, Caden Carter, Kevin Nash, Kevin Owens, Kofi Kingston, Kurt Angle, LA Knight, Lacey Evans, Liv Morgan, Lita, Logan Paul, Ludwig Kaiser, Mace, or Marseille. They haven't put the thing at the top, so it says Mace. So I don't know which we're getting. It might be Mace still, not Marseille. Macho Man Randy Savage, Madcap Moss, Mansoor, it doesn't say Mansoir. It says Mansoor. So, again, don't know that this is Maximum Male Models. Matt Riddle, Maurice, Molly Holly, Montez Ford, Mr. McMahon, Mustafa Ali, MVP, Natalya, Nikki ASH, Nikki Bella, Nikita Lyons, Noam Dar, Amos, Otis, Queen Zelina, Randy Orton, Raquel Rodriguez, Reza Ramon, Reggie, please scripts, Rey Mysterio, Rhea Ripley, Rick Boogs, Ricochet, Ridge Holland, Rikishi, Rob Van Dam, it's good, Rob Van Dam, Robert Roode, Roman Reigns, Ronda Rousey, Rowdy Roddy Piper, Roxanne Perez, R-Truth, Sami Zayn, Santos Escobar, Scarlett, Scott Hall, we are almost at the end, don't worry, Seth Rollins, Shane McMahon, Shanky, Shawn Michaels, Shayna Baszler, Sheamus, Shelton Benjamin, Shinsuke Nakamura, Shotzi, Solo Sikoa, Sonya Deville, Stacy Keibler, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Stephanie McMahon, just so you can fire her, 6, Tamina, T-Bar, Ted DiBiase, The Miz, The Rock, Titus O'Neil, Tommaso Ciampa, Triple H, Trish Stratus, Tyler Bate, The Ultimate Warrior, that's sick, Umaga, that's sick, I said Ultimate, Undertaker, doesn't say different versions of The Undertaker, so I don't know what we're getting there, Vader, Via Mahan, Gunther, and I think is this low down because when they originally wrote it, they had it as Volta, but now it says Gunther, and it's in with the W's, Wesley, Xavier Woods, Xia Li, X-Pac, Yokozuna. Wow. I'd love to see Yokozuna, actually. I don't know if Yokozuna was in this year's game, the one just gone. And Zoe Stark. Oh, my God. I don't know how many wrestlers that is, but that is, I feel like pretty much everyone on the roster. But as we said, no Bray Wyatt. And I don't know. I mean, like, obviously a lot missing from NXT, but still a good amount, a very, very good amount from NXT. We've still got like the big hitters in there. But yeah, a couple of people missing. I saw Sasha Banks was trending because people seem to be, or some were surprised that she wasn't in it. I suppose they do have legends. So maybe people were thinking that Sasha was going to go in as like a legend, like, you know, The Undertaker, Ultimate Warrior, one of those kind of things. She was never going in it. Not unless she had re-signed. Ruthless Aggression Pack is going to be Brock Lesnar 01, The Prototype, Randy Orton 02, and Leviathan. So very OVW. And then obviously the Bad Bunny bonus pack, which you couldn't even pay me to take. So even if you gave me money, I wouldn't want that. So there we go. That is the lineup. It's a big, hefty lineup. And it's definitely one that caught my attention. I must admit, I was looking at it and I didn't realize that they would shove as many legends in there as what they did. I mean, Yokozuna, Ultimate Warrior, Doink, Bruno Sammartino, Hogan, Hollywood Hogan, Normal Hogan, Andre the Giant in there as well. Obviously, Bret Hart in there, Shawn Michaels in there. I must admit, I mean, it seems like you could probably have a damn good time just with the legends. Chyna in there, Trish in there, Molly Holly in there, Stacy Keibler in there, Stephanie McMahon in there, Mr. McMahon in there. I must admit, I mean, I don't really pay much attention to the game, but I am impressed with that roster. I mean, outside of Bray not being in it, but I think he's going to be downloadable content. I am impressed with that roster. That is a good. That, I mean, that is everyone you would want from the main roster outside of Bray. It's everyone you would want in NXT outside of Thea Hale. I don't know that Andre Chase is in there or Chase U. Like, that for me would be a bigger mission, but I can understand why they're not in the game. You've still got Bron Breakker. You've still got Caden Carter, Katana Chance. You've still got Grayson Waller. You've still got, you know, big hitters. So I feel like they're ticking a lot of boxes, and then like a really healthy amount of legends, big name legends. Macho Man as well. We mentioned him, but he's in the game as well. So yeah, so good. I thought that was pretty good. It's one of those though, isn't it, that you'll always sit there and find names, that aren't in there that you wanted, and you'll be like, oh, what? No nails. Ah, this game sucks. No scripts. Ah, this game sucks. No Thea Hale. No Sasha Banks. No Naomi. What you doing, 2K? But realistically, I mean, I've just read out a load of names there. And, they've put obviously everyone that's kind of that you need for this year in there. And then a good amount of legends as well. So, yeah, this isn't sponsored by them. I just thought people would be interested in the roster. That got revealed earlier today. I think it's pretty good. Matt, shout out to you. Said, Days, not everyone is going to be given a huge push or a title shot. That's true. Can those that lament in the mid-card all their careers still attain a sense of satisfaction? Can happiness still be found there? Absolutely. Of course it can. Of course it can. I mean, it depends what it is that you are working towards and what your personal goals are. I mean, if you are someone that never thought they would get to WWE, if you then do get to WWE, that in many ways is reaching your mountaintop, isn't it? I mean, wow, you've done it. Here you are. I think AJ Styles said that it took him, 17 years, whatever, to get to WWE, and it was all worth it. So, it comes down to your perspective, doesn't it? And what you're trying to achieve. Not everybody gets into wrestling with the single goal of being the WWE World Champion. You've got to remember there's bills to be paid. So I think if you can just make a career of this, if you can get into wrestling and get out of wrestling when you're older, and you've had a really good career, like you've been able to look after yourself, pay your bills, maybe go on holiday, you're covered, you're safe. I mean, who knows? You might even have made even more than that. Like, I would have to think that as a starting point, that would be an achievement. Do you know what I mean? To get into the wrestling world, have it as your career, do it as your life's work, and get out of it. And you've not had to worry about bills. You've not had to worry about where you're getting your food from, where you're getting your heating bills paid from, and all this kind of stuff. Like, you've been covered financially. That's got to be a massive tick. It's got to be a massive tick. And, to walk out in front of people, your music hits, you either get like boos or cheers if you're a babyface or a heel, and you've been able to have those experiences and travel potentially around the world. Like, all of this, I think, is a lot more meaningful than getting to the top of the division and getting given the strap. Like, achieving that is obviously a fantastic achievement. It's the pinnacle of your career. But would anyone swap it? I don't know that anyone would. If someone was like, right, do you want a career where you get into wrestling for a year and you can be world champion, right? You can win it at WrestleMania. Or do you want 30 years in the business where you're going to be stuck in the mid-cards? You're going to have some good times, like creatively. You'll have some times when you're in catering, but you will be covered for 30-odd years. I'm taking the 30 years. Maybe I'm alone in that, but I'm taking the 30 years. Because 1 year that I work towards a belt, win it, and then I have to drop it the next night, and that's it. I've now got to find something different to do. Like, that doesn't appeal to me as much as 30 years of doing something that you love, being on the road, paying your bills, and, entertaining the crowds. Maybe you win the mid-card title, and you get, like, that memory. Maybe you're a tag team champion. Amazing. But, you never get to the world title. You never get up to there. There's so many people that has happened to. If given the choice, genuinely would go for the 30-year stability. I think it just comes down to who you are as a person. I suppose it comes down to if you're the kind of person that gambles and goes big and goes for broke, or if you're the kind of person that's a little bit more cautious I think by nature, I'm always a bit more of a cautious person than a big, like, oh, let's just go mental. I'm normally a bit more cautious in the way that I approach things. And so I would be very much looking for that security, stability. I would put that over a world title. So, yeah, it can each their own, innit? Each their own, horses for courses. And it'd be interesting. Put it in the chat. Would you go for the 1 year where you're the world champion, you get to win at WrestleMania? Would you go for the 30 years where you are making good money in the mid-card, traveling the world, winning mid-card belts, in feuds? There will be times where you're not, there will be time. I was going to say, a bit like Dolph Ziggler, but Dolph Ziggler did get to a world title. But like someone that was in that mid-cards, look at Xavier Woods. Look at Xavier Woods. Xavier Woods has never been world champion in WWE. Look at his career. He's had an amazing career. Amazing career. I understand that not everyone can even do that. Some people might have to be jobbers. But again, look at the Brooklyn Brawler. Always in work, and able to pay his bills. Can do fan conventions now. There'll always be people. Well, maybe not always, but certainly at the moment, there'll still be people. I'd go and see the Brooklyn. If I was at a convention, Brooklyn Brawler was there, I'd go meet the Brooklyn Brawler. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously, that might appeal a little bit less, of course. But again, you're still backstage with the boys. You're still traveling the world. You're still paying the bills. What's the alternative going to be? I mean, you can leave. I mean, if you leave, it ain't going to hurt the company. They'll find another jobber. But, you just love doing it. You want to be a part of it. You could make the argument that the Brooklyn Brawler could have left, made a bigger name for himself, then tried to come back and tried to get himself higher up the cards. But would he have done that back in those days? I mean, where would he have gone? WCW? Would WCW have used Brooklyn Brawler in a way that he could have returned as a big star? Like, I don't know, it's gamble. I mean, you might want to take that gamble, have a little bet on yourself. You might always find your way back. There's probably things that you could look to do, try to do. But no, given the choice, I'd definitely take a 30-year career. Nathan, shout out to you, said, I'm excited to play WWE 2K23 because of War Games. War Games. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm getting it. I always do this. Like I said before, I've got no interest in the game, blah, 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 blah. And then as it gets closer to the release and the hype starts coming up and the roster comes out and you start seeing like more video of it and everyone's talking about it, then I start to find myself going, oh, do I need it? Do I? I'm the worst, man. I always get caught in the hype. Always get caught in the hype. I did so well to avoid last year's game. Not because it was bad, but I ain't got time to play it. I know what, I ain't got no time to play this one. So I don't need it. But I'd get caught in the hype. I'm awful for that. Nathan, shout out to you. Gavin said, who do you think will win the titles off Roman? Cody. I would imagine most people think Cody. Talkie Toaster said, we're going out tonight. We get to go where we like. We burn everything. We burn everything in sight. We're going until the world stops turning. We're going to burn it to the ground tonight. Okay, well, if there is a big fire somewhere with people jumping around in celebration, then it seems like Talkie Toaster was behind it. Just saying. Certain things you probably shouldn't be putting out on the internet, Talkie Toaster. If there is a big arson somewhere now, number one contender. Alex said, thoughts on Jay and Sami convincing Jimmy to leave Roman and to replace Jimmy, they get the Usos' cousin to join and it's a long feuds. Is the Usos' cousin Fatu from MLW? Because if so, we've been down this road. I believe he's got a criminal record. WWE have looked at him in the past and it's always been the barrier. It's always been what's prevented them from going for him because I feel like we did look into what it was, I feel like we looked into what it was because his name has come up a few times in conversation. WWE, they've got sponsors, they've got advertisers, they're obviously a PG product. If you get done with a DUI, it's bad. And honestly, if you're a new superstar, you're probably gone. If you're an established superstar that they've already invested a lot of time and money into you, say Jeff Hardy, say Jimmy Uso, you can weather that storm. But I think, honestly, if you're a new superstar, you're done. Game over. Thanks for coming, right? Whatever it is that Jacob Fatu did, I believe is worse than that. And so I don't think they're touching him. There's been no words of them going in for him. If they wanted him, I think they would have got him by now. He's been in MLW for I don't know how many years. So, no, I just don't see it. I just don't see them going for him. I think that's a non-starter for me. Could they get Jimmy out of the bloodline? Yep. I don't mind the Usos turning face. We were talking about this the other night on one of the streams. I actually think the Usos turning face would be very interesting because we've seen the face Usos as Usos crazy and they were a bit cringe. I mean, I wasn't a massive fan with them coming out with their face paint and their wacky colors and all of this. I wasn't feeling the Usos that much. I mean, they were just really a team that was a credible team, but not a team that I really appreciated that much. I think having a face cool Usos, that could be fun. That could be different. I'm down for that. So I don't mind it being a case that we get Sami to get Jay onto his sides, get Jimmy onto his sides. I don't know where we would build to. I mean, I feel like I don't know where we would build to be honest, because I feel like you could do Usos, Kevin, and Sami as 4 people, and then you could do Solo, Roman, and a tag team. I just don't know what that tag team would be. It's a shame we don't have some young Samoans coming up that could fit on Roman's sides. You know, if there was a young Usos that were coming through, then they could fit over onto Roman's side. You could have a killer War Games match. This is what I'm saying. Like, for me, I'm not a massive fan of waiting for certain times of the year to do certain matches, because if you was going to do something like that, just do it. I mean, if that match deserves a War Games stipulation, let's not wait until November. Let's just do it. War Games, we need to do it now, and let's do it. But they won't do that. They'll wait until November. And even then, it probably won't be that match. And there's every chance the Usos won't turn face. But, we're just shooting and spitballing and throwing a few ideas around. More than likely, it'll be Kevin and Sami against the Usos at WrestleMania. So more than likely, it'll be that. But, I personally don't mind if we was to explore the Usos being a cool face team. I don't mind that at all. I don't think many people do. I think people are really feeling Jay at the moment. They're really into him. Jason Lopez said it was a great weekend of streams. What a fight! What a game! Yeah, I mean, UFC was amazing. So my quick review of the weekends: UFC. I think the card itself was a bit flat. I thought the fights were okay, but going into it, it lacks star power. By the time you get to the main event has to do a lot of heavy lifting. I thought it was very interesting. I was listening to Volt. Volt was saying that they killed the pay-per-view numbers in Australia. And I always think it's interesting when people are bigging up certain things, but there's always this little caveat that follows. So I don't know what the international numbers were, but I have to think if the international numbers were killer, I would have to think that that's what Volk would have been shouting about on Ariel Hawani earlier today. But he was like, the pay-per-view numbers, man, they smash records. And immediately I was like, did they? Wow, did they? In Australia. I was like, oh, okay. So I don't think that's Volk's fault, and I don't think it's Makhachev's fault. I don't even know what the number is, but I just think that the card did not do any heavy lifting for them. The main event had to do all the heavy lifting. But it was a great fight. Oh, my God, what a fight. I mean, it is the kind of thing that, if you buy boxing, you don't tend to buy boxing for the undercard. You buy it because you want to see Fury and Joshua or whatever, right? This was absolutely the same. Co-main was awesome, but you bought this for Volkanovski against Makhachev, and it didn't let us down. Wonderful fight. Really, really close. I think it's been really interesting listening to some of the analysis coming out. The analysis is largely predictable. It's everyone saying it was close. No one really having an issue with Makhachev being awarded the win, but equally a lot of people saying had it been a draw, wouldn't have been a problem as well. And a lot of people saying Volt going in as, a heavy underdog, but coming out as, someone that really, I mean, honestly, if that had been a pick'em, like, don't forget, Makhachev went in at like minus 400, minus 380, something like that. That fight was more of a pick'em than it was anything else. So, yeah, incredible Saturday night. Incredible. And a big thank you to anyone that joined us. Super Bowl. Super Bowl was really interesting for me because I love the Super Bowl and I enjoyed parts of the game. And I totally understand why a lot of people are saying that that's one of the best NFL games they've ever seen because it was so close right unto the death. I don't know what it was about this year. It didn't grab me quite as much as previous years. I didn't feel like there was definitely moments. I think the game is so good at manufacturing those types of moments, like the game is built in a way where it guarantees tension at certain times. I mean, I'm sure there has been, but it's hard to imagine a boring American football game because you're always getting first and 10, second and 10, third and 10, and it manufactures that, right? It's your fourth down now. You've got one more attempt to get this. Like, it's now or never. Otherwise, it's flipping over to the other side. The game itself does a really good job of raising the stakes. And so the pressure obviously raises as you get to that fourth down. And are they going to get over that line? And then you've got the close calls. And then you've got the wonderful plays. I mean, some of the throws, some of the action, some of the stuff I saw was absolutely incredible. And it was a brilliant game. The thing that, I don't know what it was. It felt longer than any game I'd seen before, though. It felt, I don't know why. I felt like I was watching the Eagles on the field a lot, trying and really making progress. And they were on the field a long, long time. No problem with that. Obviously, it's the game, but it just felt like it was quite long. I don't know if there's stalling tactics. I don't know if there's a way of constantly stopping the clock. I don't know if there's a way of making the game longer. You see, in football, you've got, obviously, pretty much every game is 90 minutes. Granted, you can have added on time. But added on time, I mean, what are we talking about? 7 minutes, something like this, at the end of the match? You don't get much added on time at the end of the first half unless there's a big injury. It feels like a football game, a soccer game, it's going to be around that 2 hours mark, right? From the time it kicks off to the time it ends, if there's no extra time, it's going to be within 2 hours, right? Comfortably. And you're not going to get tons of variation there. With American football, I could be completely wrong, but it just feels like the variation is quite wider, quite bigger. It really felt like this game went on longer. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. I haven't watched enough American football to be able to break that down and explain it any better than that. I really enjoyed it. I do really appreciate the game. I thought the game was really good. Just it would be great to shave 3/4 of an hour off it or something. It just really felt like it really was going on. It felt like it was quite long till we got to half time. By the time we got to Rihanna's show, I was pretty knackered. I felt like we'd seen so much stuff. Maybe it was just because it was full of incident. Maybe I just don't know. But it left me a bit confused, as I said, because I really appreciate it and I did enjoy it. But I can't say I enjoyed it more than the one I saw a few years ago. There was one I saw a few years ago that I enjoyed more, and I think it's because it had drama, it had action, and it was in a more concise package. It was in a smaller package. It was in a more easy to consume time frame. This one just felt a bit more longer, a bit bloated in places. But yeah, if you was to sit here and go, yeah, but what about that moment, 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 that moment? It had tons of stuff in it. And as I said, I think the game itself is manufactured to be exciting. So, I really appreciate American football. I don't knock it or anything like that. I'm not someone that's like, oh, it's not soccer or anything like this. I really appreciate it. I think it's a great game. I think I totally get the appeal. I thought it was a wonderful spectacular. I think Rihanna, that's an interesting one. We're not going to spend too long on this because I appreciate it's a wrestling stream. But I do think Rihanna is very interesting because, like, I think her performance would have been better if she wasn't pregnant. Now, I don't think that's a bad thing to say or a disrespectful thing to say. I think it's a logical thing to say. If she wasn't carrying a child and she wasn't pregnant, I think that she would have been able to have done more and would have provided more movement, more dance routines, and committed a bit more. There was a lot of times where she was just singing, and as was pointed out, I don't even think she was singing at times. I think there was like lip syncing going on. Visually, it's incredible. I mean, like some of the shots with the platforms, like, I mean, she is going to be quite high from a just heights point. I mean, I'm not too worried about heights. I'm not too scared about heights, but I'm trying to visualize standing on that platform, trying to look cool, trying to either sing or mouth along whilst I'm shooting up into the air in the middle of a stadium, right? Whilst being pregnant. And that's very hard for me to visualize. I'm not going to lie. It's very hard for me to put myself in that position, but I can totally understand it not being a comfortable moment. I can totally understand I'm on that platform, pregnant, shooting up in the air, trying to look cool, being beamed out to hundreds of millions of people around the world. I can understand in that moment, I'm probably not as relaxed as maybe I am just sitting here chatting to you guys. Do you know what I mean? Like in that moment, what must have been going through her head, you know? So it is very difficult to like criticize her performance because the show was amazing. But the thing that let it down for me, I suppose, was that if she's not going to dance, then I need other things going on around her. The platforms are amazing. The people like in the white suits are amazing. But after like, say, I don't know, 5 minutes, you go, okay, I've seen that now. What have you got for me now? And you want it to change to something different, or you want a different flavor. Like if a load of people in sharks had just come walking out, brilliant. Do you know what I mean? Give me something fresh and new now. Give me something new. Give me something exciting. Give me something fun. Where was the fun? It was just her on a platform, singing, coming back down, people in white suits gyrating around. Then she was walking around, singing, back on the platform, shooting up, visually amazing. Give me the fun. Where's the fun? Where's the shark? Where's the left shark from Katy Perry? Where's like, do you know what I mean? Where's the people in? I know he had people in wacky suits, but that was it. Give me new wacky suits. Give me a refresh. I feel like you see everything you need to see literally within the first minute, and then it's 12 minutes of that or 15 minutes of that. She's got great songs. Some of them I didn't know, actually. And I think she left out some of her big hits. I saw people going, where was Disturbia? Where was Ponder Replay? I saw people saying that. So it's a difficult one, isn't it? It's a difficult one. I feel like I have no issue with her doing it whilst being pregnant. But I think if that is going to limit her performance, then give me more. And I think they did with the platforms and the people in the suits. But it just got not stale. I just wanted like something new to get added, like, you know, halfway through or something like this. I think what they did add is I seem to remember more of them coming out. I love that bit though, seeing them like in the white suits coming out with their arms out, walking onto the field. I did see a tweet earlier that had a picture of these coming out halfway through the thing, and it said, "Here comes ASAP Rocky's sperm," or something like that. Because obviously he's believed to be the father of this child. And I mean, in all fairness, they do look like sperm as they come running onto the field with their arms out, big smiles on their faces. There was a lot of people comparing it to Super Smash Bros. As well, with all the platforms and everything. So, I mean, I don't know. It's a hard one to score visually with the camera shooting away and her being on that platform, the platform rising up the other. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. Like, from a presentation point of view, it blows last year away. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. But you can't just rely on that, can you? You can't just rely on that. So, I don't know. I don't know what my score would be, like 6.75, something like that. 6.75. I thought the staging was incredible. And for her to be able to, do that whilst being pregnant, hats off to her. And the sperms were funny. But I did at the end. I just had that. Is that it at the end? I sort of feel like with the 15 minutes, you should put so much into it that people at the end are like, "Oh my God, what have I just seen?" And maybe people did have that reaction, but I felt myself wanting a bit more. So yeah, that's kind of my breakdown of the weekend. But it was a pretty wild weekend of streamings. Quite a lot of streaming. I think we did like nearly 12 hours of streaming over the last 2 days. So big thank you to anyone that joined us. That Super Bowl stream was on the second channel. I've said it before. If you're not subscribed over there, hit the subscribe, because I don't use that as just rubbish stuff or anything like this. It's literally like if I need to keep this channel free for a reason, like because I've got a video that I want to drop on this channel, I'll put some of the other stuff over there. Or that stream, I was a bit worried about copyright, so I put it over there rather than on this. So if something happens, if that channel gets taken down, well, boo-hoo, right? Do you know what I mean? Not bothered. So that's why it was over there yesterday. But yeah, big thank you to everyone that's joined us. Right, I want to make sure that I'm up to speed with all the latest comments and everything. Where are we time-wise? 8 minutes. Oh, my God. Godfather So said, thanks for doing this. What is the best wrestling talk show of all time? Like Piper's Pit. I think Bailey's Ding Dong. I have got a show like hers. It's called My Ding Dong. And I want Bailey to come on to My Ding Dong. I would not like to see that, to be honest. I don't want to see your ding dong. I appreciate the segment though, and I think there would definitely be an audience for it. I feel like it's the kind of show that would probably belong on Mandy Rose's OnlyFans. Bailey's ding dong is okay. The only thing I'd say about that, all jokes aside, is she brought it back on NXT last week, actually. We don't see it anymore. And I think it's a real shame. I really enjoyed when she was doing it, and I think she did have some fun moments when she was doing it. But we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen her do it like since she came back with Damage Control. So yeah, I am not going to go with that. Talk show wise, I mean, I feel like Piper's Pit is maybe the most iconic. I feel like there's probably been more Miz TV than any other. And if you look at if they did a compilation of like things that have happened on Miz TV, it might be more than anything else. Would it be more iconic than anything else? I don't think so. I don't think anything is as iconic as either the Rockers breaking up on the barbershop, but the barbershop was not around very long, so that definitely is not going to be in consideration. But that moment, it still provided one of the great moments. And the coconut, Roddy Piper, when he smashes that coconut over the head of Superfly, that is amazing. That's an amazing moment, and one that I don't think has been topped. I'm trying to think if there's been anything else on like a talk show that's like better than that or bigger than that. I don't think there is. As I said, the only other one that I could put in would be maybe the Rockers splitting up, which obviously a lot of people would think of. Good little topic that is, like top moments that have happened on talk shows. So yeah, I'd have to go Piper's Pit. It's a boring answer. I tried to flesh it out, but I would still end up going with Piper's Pit. It's like how Benoit is not hate or anger but pity. I see Kanye as the same, says Trini. Kanye was trending, wasn't he? Yeah, there's a lot of people that feel a bit sorry for Kanye. Like people saying, like, if only he'd just shut his mouth. Because she did a couple of the tracks that she'd done with him. I think people were saying that he might have been out there and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he would have been out there, of course. I don't even know if he wanted to be out there. I'd imagine he would. But, yeah. Things don't seem to be quite right with Kanye, do they? Like, I feel like he is legit, like, struggling with mental health. I don't know if he's come out and said that, so I don't want to be disrespectful. But it does, I don't think I'm talking out of turn by saying it doesn't feel like everything's right. It doesn't feel like everything's normal. Don't know. It wouldn't surprise. I genuinely haven't heard if he is struggling with mental health. It genuinely wouldn't surprise me if he was. And I don't say that as like a joke or anything. Like, I don't joke about those things. Days, what were the comments that Cody made? Oh, yeah, sorry. So Cody said he got asked by Ariel Helwani about AEW, and he said, what did you think about it? Now, I thought this was a really interesting answer, actually, because Cody turned around and said, well, I don't have a hot take, right? I know what you want is you want a bit of controversy, but I don't have anything along those lines. But my honest reaction was I woke up the next morning, I had 60-odd messages on my phone, and I genuinely thought something had been said about me and Brandy. I thought someone had took a shot at me and Brandy, from AEW, and now like it had all blown up. So, obviously I was quite relieved to find out that I wasn't involved. But he says he was just disappointed. Now, his answer, he didn't mean for his answer to sound the way that it sounded, right? I genuinely believe he didn't. But it really sounded like he was sticking the knife into AEW, right? Now, I have to stress this. I genuinely 120,000% do not believe he meant for it to sound like he was sticking the knife in, right? I think he was trying to be honest. I think he was trying to be nice. I think he was trying to be, respectful. I think he was trying to be all of this. You can try and be all of those things, and still the answer can still sound a certain way. To me, it still sounded a certain way, right? So he said he was just disappointed because he said this is no knock of CM Punk and it's no knock of Kenny Omega or the Young Bucks, but he's really proud of what they managed to achieve in AEW, and he still wishes AEW all the best. He said there's about 1,000 people that work for AEW, and he wants them all to be supported, and he wants them all to be making money and, be good for their families and all of this kind of stuff. This is what I'm saying. Lovely answer, right? Lovely answer. Putting over the people that work there. This is why I really don't think he is trying to stick the knife in, because he was saying he cares about the people that works there. There's 1,000 people that do. They're supporting their families. Lovely. Perfect, right? Then he added that he was disappointed because he feels like AEW started to move away from what the original mission was. The original feeling, the original vibe, which was all in, and creating this wrestling alternative to like WWE, which, was heavily sports entertainment. You can argue maybe not so much now that Triple H is in charge, but certainly back then, going back to like 2019, it was meant to be this alternative, and that was the mission statement, and the vibe, the feel of All In was slipping, and he was just so disappointed that what had happened, because it just wasn't part of the mission statement. It wasn't part of the vision. It wasn't a part of what AEW was meant to be. And what I meant when I said was that it feels like he's sticking the knife in is if you say, like, I love Asuka, right? So if I sit here and say to you, listen, I love Asuka. Asuka's my favorite female, but that match that she just had is garbage. If I say that, that's going to be like even more powerful than if I'm like, I hate Asuka, that was sucked, right? Because I've just told you that I hate Asuka anyway. So if I'm saying that I hate her match, and I've already told you I hate Asuka, you could easily and understandably just think, I've got an agenda. I've got an agenda. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've got an agenda against Asuka. He's going to hate everything to do with Asuka, blah, 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 blah. But if I tell you that I like Asuka and then tell you, but that match sucked, I feel like that probably carries a bit more weight because I normally like her work. I really didn't like that. And that's what Cody did. You know, he says that he loves AEW. He loves what they stand for. And he came out and said that he, you know, hopes they succeed, all this stuff. But they moved away from the mission objective and the mission statements. And he was disappointed. He's basically saying AEW started to become, or maybe even has become, something that it never was meant to be. Something that was not the original intention. He is basically saying it moved away from the whole purpose of its being, which I just think is so... And he's done it whilst also saying, but I really love those guys. I really love those guys, but they've moved away from what the original message was and the original statement was. Now, whether he's saying that they've moved away and stayed away, I don't know. And whether he's just talking about that one moment, the backstage fighting, CM Punk, the ugliness, the darker side of wrestling, you know, whether he's just talking about that or whether he feels that it's continued down that road. I mean, don't forget, he left. He left. And he did also say in that interview that he had a difference of opinion about wrestling compared to the Young Bucks and Kenny. And he said that difference made them stronger, right? But, you know, listen, you can put two and two together and come up with your own answer on as to what he's saying there. But I thought it was a very interesting interview. We haven't got time to break it down anymore, though, because we've got big-time Becks in the ring. Alexis Lewis, Daisy, you good? Carlito is good. Y2J, number one. Kevin Owens, HBK. Alexis Lewis, shout out to you, my friend. We're in Brooklyn tonight. Loud Brooklyn tonight. Right, the man is in town. Big time, opening up the show. He said, I even dressed all spiffy for you. She's in like a leather jacket. She's got like a little... Well, she's in ring gear because obviously there's going to be a 6-woman tag. Okay. Okay, yeah, so of course she won that cage match last week. She won the cage match last week. Big shout out to Lita for having my back, says Bex. There are rumors circulating about tonight. We won't obviously get into what those rumors are. She said, I was a bit of a weirdo to her last year, but she forgave me. We let bygones be bygones. She said she lost sight of what's most important to her, and that is the Women's Championship. Yeah. Opportunity. Oh. She wants to fight into the Elimination Chamber. So she wants into the Elimination Chamber. Is Bayley. This could be a little bit like Cody after Hell in a Cell saying he wants to get into Money in the Bank, but he was never going to. Obviously, that injury was always going to need to be surgically repaired. This is interesting. Okay, so Bayley has come out. Last week didn't finish anything, says Bayley. Happy Valentine's Day. Killer Shock, shout out to you. Okay, so Bayley said you need to scrap the result because of Lita. You need to uninvite Lita from all future events. I'm a WrestleMania main eventer. You don't know what that's like, do you, Bayley? Last year, we stole the show, me and Bianca. Where was you? Nowhere to be found on your peg leg. Becky does spank Bayley in the promos, doesn't she? She does absolutely destroy her. Like, Bayley can't seem to come up with anything to really fire at Becky. Right, Bianca comes out. I never needed you at all. I tell you, look at what Bianca's wearing. She's not leaving much to the imagination tonight, is she? Jeez. I like where this is going, says Bianca. Bianca looks incredible. Days, don't look, said Killer Shock. No. Okay, hang on. I need to catch that again. Okay, so we've got a very interesting main event. Here we go. So, triple threat. Right. It's a great main event, you know. For a go-home show, that is a great main event. Okay, so it's going to be a triple threat. If Becky wins, she's in the chamber. If Bayley wins, she's in the chamber. If Bianca wins, neither of them are in the chamber. That is great. That is great. Now, I expect Bianca to win. And I expect it to be that no one goes into the chamber. And I expect it just to kill the main event. But might not go that way. Might not go that way. And can we just talk about how amazing Bianca looks, by the way? Amazing. Please don't swear unless you got the approval of Days, said Dortnight. Bianca's looking fine tonight, said TJ. Yes. Raw against SmackDown tonight as the 6 women in the chamber, guaranteed to be in the chamber, are going to be on different sides of a tag match. We've got contract signing between Bobby and Brock. We got Seth freaking Rollins on Miz TV. So he's going to be there. Also, Miz is going to be in action. We're backstage with Judgment Day. We've got Dominic, we got Finn, we got Damian, we got Byron, the unofficial member. Just talking about Elimination Chamber. Is Judgment Day prepared? I know a thing or two about being locked up, says Dominic. He ran his block. So Dominic said, I know she's excited about WrestleMania as much as she's excited about Valentine's Day. Finn's like, Street Profits coming out. I thought Damian Priest was in the Money in the Bank match. So did Damian. Eric, Defcon Prime, and Jack, Pop Culture Power Hour. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Here's the Street Profits. Yeah. I'll tell you what, after seeing Bianca, I don't know how Montez is going to be able to get through this next match. We were talking on the Wrestling Escape Pods about how Montez just constantly tweets out about how God is great. That's all he tweets out, apparently. I haven't seen. But apparently he's putting that out quite regular. And if you look at his life, he's a WWE superstar. He's in one of the most credible tag teams. I know that they don't taste a lot of gold, but that's because the Usos have got it all tied up, and they won't have it tied up forever. I'm sure there'll be some gold that'll come Street Profits' way soon. If not, he'll go solo. He's in the Elimination Chamber match. And his wife is Bianca Belair. I mean, do you know what? God is good. If you needed any proof, God is good. So I think we all need to start tweeting that out now. It's where I've been going wrong. This Saturday. Guys, I don't know if you need telling. We are going to be live for Elimination Chamber. In fact, I might even set that stream up tonight after Raw. After Raw, we'll do the review. I didn't do the review last week, and it's very unusual for me to not do reviews, but I was so tired, and I know that's such a feeble excuse. I know it's so feeble, but I genuinely, for 2 hours after last week's Raw, tried to do the review, and I could not do the voiceover. Like, I kept making mistakes. When I get, like, really tired... When I'm really tired, and it doesn't happen like during streams, like because, I don't know, the momentum, chatting away, whatever. But like if I'm just sat here and I'm like, oh, and it hits me, it's a challenge then. Then it becomes a bit of a challenge. If I'm like tired to like do like, you know, a 10-minute voiceover, like talking about Raw, whatever. I couldn't get it done. I just really couldn't get it done. I feel great tonight, so can't see any reason why we won't be able to get it done tonight. But yeah, that's why it didn't happen last week. I just couldn't get it done. But going to do that. That'll be on the second channel. Try and give basically try and boil down like the thoughts from the watch along into a 10-minute package along with images from the show. So I think it's pretty good. Easy to digest. And that's after every Raw, every SmackDown over on the second channel. We will do that. And then I think I will set up the stream for this weekend. We will be at least an hour before the kickoff show. So when it gets to Saturday, obviously we're doing the show. Obviously we're doing the kickoff show. We will be live at least an hour before. I will have predictions out. Couldn't do them yesterday because of the Super Bowl. But I will get the predictions out ASAP Rocky. And yeah, I think that's everything. If Bailey goes in the chamber, will she have a pod or will she use her ding-dong door? Said Steve. I just saw some. I think the Profits are going to break up tonight or at the chamber, said Billy22. Dej, you should tweet Vince is good instead. The great Vince who has defeated God, says Febim. Can he get me Bianca Belair? If he can get me, because God got Montez Ford Bianca Belair. Can Vince get me Bianca Belair? Because she is looking hot tonight. She is looking fine. Valentine's Day isn't as important as February 15th. It's discounted Valentine's Day stuff. Me and my wife and anniversary can't wait until the sales, said Darshan. Yes, that is definitely the way to play it. Definitely. If you had a reasonable partner that understood how the real world works, then they would be willing to celebrate Valentine's Day on the 15th because you would just say to them, like, look, we can still do the exact same thing. We just don't need to do it on the exact same day as everybody else when all the prices are going through the roof. We could just do it 24 hours later. And in fact, we could even do more. Because I'm pretty sure our money will stretch that little bit further. How does that sound, my flower, my love, the apple of my eye? Why are you crying? Melanie, shout out to you, said, what time do you stay up for these streams? Well, I mean, my body clock is all over the place. So, I mean, like, we are up at night. Right now, it's 17 minutes past 1 in the morning. So it's 17 minutes past 1 in the morning. But I will be up till about midday tomorrow. Like, I will be up till 11, 12, lunchtime. Then I'll go to bed. Then I'll get up about 7, 8 at night. So if I can get into that as a routine, if that's my routine, it's fine. Like, it's not a problem. Like, if I was to do that every single day, I'd be fine. My problem comes from where I have, I don't know, UFC and it's doing an earlier show, or New Japan the other month where they were on at like 8, 10 in the morning and Sasha was going to make an appearance. So I needed to be watching that. And so you always have these little things that like disrupt that kind of schedule. You can't, it's hard to keep that exact schedule. And it was even worse during like the Olympics, during the World Cup, when we had the football channel, of course. I mean, that was horrific when we had the football channel. And we were doing that for like 10 months. So, yeah, sometimes as well, like, you know, there's other life can get in the way. You've got to go and do things. You've got to go places. And so that can get in the way sometimes. So, yeah, you know, it's difficult. It is difficult to kind of keep that schedule. If I was able to do that, I'd be absolutely fine. But last week, I seem to remember something getting in the way on the Sunday, which really disrupted my Monday. And then, oh man, by the time I finished last week's Raw, I was feeling it. By the end of last week's stream, I was feeling it. I can remember, like, during the cage match, just not feeling the match. I mean, I already had heard about Lita, so I wasn't, you know, going crazy about Lita being involved. So I'd already heard about Lita being involved, but nothing was hitting me. Nothing was like, I just didn't even find the main event that captivating. I was ready to go to bed. And it's very, very unusual for me to feel that way. I don't feel that way at all tonight or even since. But yeah, last week was a bit of a struggle. But no, feeling good. Hope everyone else is feeling good as well. Laurel Usher, shout out to you, my friends. Hope people enjoyed the member stream as well. Did a member stream on Thursday. Said that we'll do another one in 2 weeks. So not this Thursday, but the next Thursday, we'll do another one. And we'll get you lot to send in your clips, your video clips, your audio clips, questions, theories, thoughts. We'll play them. And I really like the idea of throwing the member streams over to you guys, because that is very different to what we do here, of course. You guys obviously can talk in the chat, and I want you to. But I also am very aware you can only put so much in the chat. So I really like the member streams for that. Right, we are back from commercial break. There's no more big rhyme Becks. It is now time for Street Profits versus the Judgment Day. So Street Profits against Judgment Day. It's Finn Balor, Damian Priest, Dominic Mysterio on the outsides. So this is our first match after our opening segment. Our opening segment was quite juicy. It set up a triple threat for later in the show. One that as I said, I don't expect Becky or Bayley to go into that because I think we could be looking at a 6-woman tag at Elimination Chamber. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll just be a normal tag. Maybe it'll be Lita and Becky taking on Dakota and Io, and then that would allow Bayley to go into the Elimination Chamber. Over the top rope clothesline, Damian Priest goes to the outsides. Boom. I feel almost certain, though, that Becky will not be going into the chamber. I feel like what Becky did was what Cody did last year, where she said that she wanted to do something, but I think she always knew that she wasn't going to. Like, she wants to go in the chamber, but she ain't going to. Just like how Cody said that he still wants to try and get some Money in the Bank, and then Seth came out and beat him up, and he was never going to be. And he was clearly never going to be, because recovering from his pectoral tear was going to take longer. So I feel like that was that. Killer Shock said, Days, you're looking hotter. Thank you. Thank you, Killer Shock. Thank you for noticing. Jordan said, I'm so bored of Judgment Day. Ray needs to snap and beat the hell out of Dominic. Are you doing New Japan on the 17th? No. We won't ever do New Japan because of copyright. The only thing that I would be tempted to do would be a video as to what Sasha looked like, what the match was like. But actually streaming New Japan, there's no plans to ever do that because they are a problem. They're a real problem. I've had copyright strikes from them before for things that I really shouldn't have had copyright strikes for. But the way that it works is that they will copyright strike you, and then basically if you want to challenge it, that's fine, challenge it. But they, if you're going to challenge it, there's then a chance that they could take it to court and just do it that way, and just time, money, all this kind of stuff. It's not it's not like you can challenge it and it gets removed. Like YouTube, actually, if you challenge a copyright strike, YouTube even says this is a legal process that you're entering into. And you kind of look at it and go, do you know what? I don't need this in my life. I don't need this in my life. So we never get anything like that from WWE or anything like that from AEW. But you do run the risk with New Japan. Antonio Pagan Wrestling, AP Dub. Shout out to you. AP Dub. Shout out to AP Dub. Hope you're doing well. Hope all is good in the AP Dub universe. Killer Shock said, you're always looking hot. It's very kind. Chris said, Days, have you and Alvarez patched it up before Valentine's Day? What, Brian Alvarez? I mean, just so that we're all clear, I have not had any kind of falling out with Brian Alvarez. Brian Alvarez doesn't even know who I am. But he did promise some information would be imminent, and it never came through. Now, I'm willing to forgive, right, that this imminent information, which dropped, or apparently was going to drop on the day that WWE was being sold, I've let it go. I've let it go. I've accepted that this information is potentially never going to arrive. So for Valentine's Day, I will reach out that olive branch, yes. Santa Claus, you're 10 months too late, said Nathan. Does this feel like a repeat, said Punched. What, this match? Yeah, very. I don't know that I've seen it before. I feel like I have seen it before. But to be honest, because because like there's nothing about these that are in like a red hot feud for me. Like, it's all about Rhea and Charlotte. It's all about Dominic and Ray. It's all about Judgment Day and Edge and Beth. Like, in my mind, I just can't. I'm sure that Street Profits have been involved quite heavily at times, but in my mind, they're just a face team. Judgment Day are a heel team. It doesn't matter who wins this match. Like, this match doesn't really mean anything. I mean, if it was a case that one of these teams would take a step forwards towards getting a title opportunity or something along those lines, and it actually had some sort of repercussion, then, maybe I'd find myself getting even more into it. But at the moment, it's just going to be a fun tag match to open the show, basically. It feels like the sort of thing you would see at a house show. Do you know what I mean? We're going to start the show, going to start it hot. Let's have Judgment Day against Street Profits. Get some big names out there. Get the people popping. Dawkins looking for a 3 count. Only getting a 2. So, it's not one that's massively grabbing me. But I'm sure the match will still be fun. That is lovely. That he's done that move before where he's had him up in the air and then he does like, I think, is it a sliced bread? Where he jumps off the top, goes over the top, grabs the head and like pulls them backwards. Dominic up on the edge of the ring, gets thrown into the ring there by Dawkins. Dawkins back in the corner, charging over. Dominic goes flying. Finn, sling blades. And drop kick into the corner. Dawkins is down. Where's he rolling to? He's rolled miles away. Is he having... Look how far away he is. Jesus, Dawkins, you really asked quite a bit there of Finn Balor. If I'm Finn Balor there, I'm going backstage going, what are you doing halfway in the ring, you muppet? He like rolled over twice. Finn Balor must have got up top going, Jesus, mate, you could have got a bit closer. He had to really deliver a hell of a jump. Damian Priest comes in. Damian Priest beating up Montez. Here's Edge. Edge and Beth. What's Beth going to do? Edge comes in, unloading. Beth has just stayed on the outside. This is a real problem, not having Rhea Ripley around. Like, I said this last week during the watch-along. She goes over, clotheslines Dominic. I like that. So she's grabbing a hold of Dominic right now. Oh, Rhea's there. Good. It needed Rhea. Bang. Rhea Ripley on the show. She wasn't around last week, and it really felt, you could feel the lack of her presence. Like, it felt like the segment needed her. And I would say the same here. I did like seeing Beth go after Dominic, though. At least it gave us something to do. But having Rhea arrive and take out Beth, that's good. I like the fact they played him as well. That's clever. Oh, man, that was good. Fair play. Rhea Ripley. Okay, so Edge and Beth come down. Ripley attacks. Sneak attack. I really love Judgment Day's music as well. Shout out to Hayden. Judgment Day had a hard anti-title shot, but I think Rhea is going to need with Ray. There's a sign saying, Dominic, will you be my Valentine? Says WWE Fan 1000. Contract signing is next, said WWE and AEW fan. Days is my secret Valentine. Edge and his good lady need to get some friends. Guys, WWE Shop save up to 30% off qualifying orders. If you want to go to WWE Shop, there is a link in the description. If you buy anything from WWE Shop using that link, small percentage of that sale will come back to the channel. Big shout out to WWE Shop. I do not promote that enough. I mean, I literally just leave that message just up there, and that's it, really. In fact, I haven't even put the link in the chat. That's bad, innit? That is bad. I should do more. They've been so kind in providing that link. I really should do more with it. I'm a busy boy. I can't do everything. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. Feel like I saw you for a lot of that weekend. Well, I didn't see you. Mentally, I saw you. I always like to picture you guys when I'm talking to you. Naked. Do you think Judgment Day will join SmackDown if Rhea wins her match with Charlotte? Well, I mean, we've got to be getting a draft. I mean, we've just got to. I mean, there was a lot of talk about us getting it in October, November, because that's when I say traditionally, but in recent years, that's when we've seen it. Then there was talk that, no, they've pushed it back till after the Rumble. But after the Rumble now, there's no talk of it. If anything, I'm hearing people say it's been delayed further. So it just keeps getting kicked down the road, this draft, this superstar shakeup. There was a few people that moved after the Rumble, like, maximum male models, whatever. But it's not a draft or a big shakeup like we were expecting. So could we see Dominic? I mean, I don't think you would break up Judgment Day. I think that Judgment Day would go with Rhea. So if Rhea wins the SmackDown Women's title, then yes, we could see Judgment Day going over there. Equally, we could see Bianca go over to SmackDown. And then we could see everyone's favorite moment where the champions go, do you want my belt? And I'll take your belt. And they just swap belts over because they're going on to different shows now. So we could see that as well. So say Bianca is champion after WrestleMania and Rhea is champion after WrestleMania. They could go to those brands and get drafted there. Or, as we said, they could be that Bianca goes to SmackDown and Rhea stays on Raw. And then we see that awful segment where they swap belts. So it's all up in the air, isn't it, really? I mean, the one thing I would say is that if Rhea does win the SmackDown title, she ain't going to stay on Raw if Bianca's staying on Raw. You're not going to have both champs on Raw and no champion on SmackDown. So someone's going to move. Someone's going somewhere. I feel pretty good that Rhea is going to win at WrestleMania, so... I hate it when they do that, said J14. Luna Clothing said, I could see Brock coming out first, but as he grabs a mic, Bobby tells Brock that he's not there and that he thought since they are so close to Mania, why fight at the Chamber? Then Brock gets attacked. Can we see Montez or Johnny in the Chamber, says Billy. We are seeing Montez in the Chamber, yeah. Is that Mahomes? Yeah, it is. So Mahomes walking around the locker room with a WWE title. Patrick Mahomes shares first tweets following Super Bowl victory. Patrick Mahomes celebrates with Vince Lombardi and WWE belt. There we go. Patrick Mahomes adds to legends with Super Bowl performance. Congrats to the Kansas City Chiefs. If you have been watching the channel, I've been saying the Chiefs for a long time. I mean, I do always say the Chiefs, so I suppose I can't really brag. And don't ask me who's winning next year. It's going to be the Chiefs. Here we go. Brock Lesnar. Brock and Bibbs. Brock and Bib contract signing. Chiefs all the way, baby. I said Chiefs would win. Trust me, said Austin. How dare you? I said Chiefs a long time ago, said Fortnite. Hang on. Just because I've given myself a pat on the back for saying Chiefs when I know literally nothing about American football doesn't mean other people didn't also say Chiefs. You can all share. If you said Chiefs, you can share in it as well. Calm down, dear. Calm down, dear. It's okay. More than one person can say Chiefs. I'm sure there was members of the team that were predicting the Chiefs as well. I'm sure Patrick Mahomes' mother thought the Chiefs were going to win as well. It's okay. There can be more than one. Chill out. Killer Shock said, how do you picture me? 12-year-olds surrounded by figures and watching on a tablet or phone under some covers so that their mother doesn't shout at them for not going to bed early. Let me know how close I am, Killer Shock. Years ago, I was threatened by YouTube to be taken to court because of a song. That's all it took to set them off, said Smirky Tunes. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, if you use some that's copyrighted and that copyright holder claims to have it, or claims like, you've abused it, then yeah, that's the response you get. Right, here we go. We've got Brock in the ring. He chucks a chair out. All I need is Bobby to sign the contract. Bobby! Bum, ba, ba, dum. Bobby! Bum, 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 ba, ba, dum. He says Bobby a little bit like how, I've only just realized, about how King of the Hill says Bobby. Bobby! We've got extra security coming down. Oh, when are people going to learn? When are people going to learn? These extra security ain't going to do nothing. There's a table and a chair that's being brought out in the entranceway. He's going to do, looks like he's going to sign at his own table. Adam Pearce is not happy about this. So Brock is in the ring. Here's Bobby. I like this from Bobby. I like this. Bobby's going to do it on his terms. I like this. It's a champ move. It's a champ move. It's much smarter than just having some security guards come down to the ring. Bum. Bobby. No, not coming down to the ring. Boomer Pierce. This isn't the Brock Lesnar show, says Bobby. Brock wants this, Brock wants that. You sick of it? Suplex City chants from the crowds. I've left you either pinned, unconscious, or I've eliminated you from the Royal Rumble. Whenever we're in the ring together, he comes out on top and he said he's going to do it by his terms. Why don't you come up here and sign this contract? I said I'd look at the contract. I had my agents look at the contract. He had his manager look at the contract. He had his representative look at the contract. He had his kids look at the contract. And Pierce says, sign it. He doesn't know if he's going to. He doesn't know if he's going to. Bobby. Get your ass up here and sign this contract. Bobby's scared. Bobby's scared. Bobby's scared. Bobby's scared chants by the WWE Universe. Brock likes that. Brock likes that. If you don't sign this contract, I'm going to come down there and beat your ass. Can I just say, Bobby, in a suit, behind a table, looking like a Don, is such a powerful look for him. It's such a great look. It's such a great look. We could do that backstage. Him being behind a table, like, do you know what I mean? Just looking like this powerful mafia boss. Brock charging his way towards Bobby. And Brock, oh my God, man, he just smashed that guy into that metal railing. The other security didn't even bother to stop him. That one security guard is down there checking on him. They probably do want to check on him, in all fairness. Because Brock picked him up, slammed him in the top of the railing. Poor guy, man. Poor guy. He got folded in half. One of them security guards really took a beat in there. Now, oh my God, I just saw the replay of it again, you know. Oh, Brock is down. He ran straight into Bobby, but ended up getting beaten up, getting speared. It is official. Bobby has signed. Bobby. There we go. Contract has been signed. Lesnar down. Smile on his face. Michin against Piper Niven. So Brock attacks Bibbs. Bibbs signs. Terrible security guards, as usual. Raw is in Brooklyn tonight. Hot crowd in Brooklyn. It's always a good show in Brooklyn. Yeah, good. Really good. If you think that we are a quarter of the way through the show already now, it's a go-home show as well. I mean, every segment is feeling pretty big outside of the match, but in all fairness, the match didn't outstay its welcome, and we got that surprise with Rhea. Nice. My one takeaway from that segment is I think Bobby behind that desk. That's power move, man. I like the idea of him sitting there, just sending the Hurt Business off to do like his work, just like kicking back and like, you know, doing some work and whatever. Just like getting on with a few bits and bobs, answering the phone, whatever he might be doing, mobile going off, whatever. And like he's just like directing things. Just looks like a Don. He looks like a power move. Looks like he's so powerful. He doesn't need to get his hands dirty. He doesn't need to come down to the ring and deal with things himself. There's something to be said for that image. It's a good optic. I think that looked good. You could do something with that. I feel like he needs something as well, because I just think him coming down to the ring, cutting some promos in the ring, whatever. You know, I like his entrance. Like his music's good, the pose and everything, that's pretty good. And then him coming down, but like there's not really much outside of that to hang your hat on. I feel like you know everything about Bobby. There's not really much in the way of mystery. There's not really much in the way like to think about with Bobby. He just is who he is, isn't he? What is the odds of Mandy coming back or going to AEW and Impact? I mean, I don't feel like it's impossible. The only thing is the more of those kind of images that she's putting out there, I don't know if it's less likely, because WWE, they've got sponsors, advertisers. They're very clear that in this day and age, they do not want to be associated with that kind of content. Now, when Mandy was released, everyone, well, not everyone, but people that love Mandy were like, oh, so this is the same company that'll have women in Playboy, but they won't let Mandy do this. And of course, it was a completely different time, and the company was completely different in its approach and what it was trying to achieve, and it was trying to cater for a different audience and all this kind of stuff. Like, yes, it's the same company, but it's a completely different time. And so right now, they don't want to be associated with that stuff. So I don't think it's impossible for her to get back. But the more that, while she's doing this, she won't. And honestly, I mean, those images are always going to be out there. It's going to be a bit tricky. I mean, I suppose it's, it's one of those, like, if WWE think enough time's gone by and it's old news, then, they could always look to bring her back. But I think it's probably more likely that she goes to AEW or Impact. I think it's probably more likely that she ends up heading there. Odds on that happening? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know what the money will be like, to be honest. She ain't someone that's going to move the ratings. You'll get a spike off her, but she ain't someone that's going to bring in loads of eyes. So, I mean, she was in NXT. She didn't bring loads of eyes to NXT, if you look at their ratings when she was in NXT. So, Tony's not going to be looking at her as someone that's going to really move the dial. She's, she might be a nice addition to the women's roster. I don't think she's seen as this great female wrestler. I don't know. It's tricky, isn't it? It's a tricky one. Do they need her? What does she bring much? She's eye candy. But that's not really AEW's approach, is it? Here's Piper Niven. Alexa and Uncle Howdy are going to interfere with Liv, says William. I really like the idea of Sami, Kevin, and the Usos as a group taking on Roman, Solo, and a Samoan tag team, said Alex. I just don't know what that Samoan tag team is, unfortunately, but could be interesting. Have the first ever 7-woman Elimination Chamber match. If Bayley or Becky wins the triple threat versus the Raw Women's Champion, says Adam. Michin's music sounds a bit more impactful. Is that louder? Yes. Why does that sound better? Why does that sound better? Yeah, that sounds way better. I don't know if it's just louder in the mix. And they've just really cranked it up. But that hits a bit harder now, like with Michin coming out. I like her music. Hopefully she gets good win here. Be pointless giving her, like, louder music or a remix version of her music that pops a bit more and then having her out there and then lose. I feel like they're playing it longer as well. Okay. Right, well, we are underway. Michin reckoning against Dewdrop. Dewdrop. Mommy. Oh, Michin, you silly sausage. Trying to pick up Dewdrop against the ropes. Do you know what? Piper Niven should have a move where she dumps her opponent on their head and she should call it the Dewdrop. Be a nice little callback, The Dewdrop by Piper Niven. Why not? Come on, guys. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. What do you think of the faction of Sami, Kevin, and the Usos, said Alex. I mean, I don't mind it at all. I don't mind it. I just don't know who they would face, as we said. Roman, Solo. And I wouldn't want to just shove the Viking Raiders in there, you know? I wouldn't want to shove someone in there for the sake of it. Like, I would want it to make sense. So I just don't know quite who you would put in there. That's the problem with it for me. If there was a nice, clean answer to that, then I'd be like, yes, okay, that works. But I don't mind the Usos going face. I think them being credible and face is good. It's probably the right way. Well, I can't say it's the right way forward, but it's certainly our way forward, and it's a way that I'd be quite happy to go. Dewdrop, Piper, standing on Meechin. Putting all of her weight on Meechin. John Jones is coming back. Are you going to see UFC 285? The promo is on YouTube. You should watch it, says Maria. I haven't seen that promo, but we are watching that show, yes. So that's coming up very soon. I can't believe how quick Elimination Chamber's come round as well. That's this weekend, of course. You know, what with big UFC shows, big WWE shows, big boxing events, like, this is shaping up to be one of the kind of busiest years when it comes to, like, Saturday streams. And it's exciting. Oh, what's not exciting is Piper Niven beating Meechin. Oh, no, Triple H. The only thing I would say is we do need monster female heels. We do keep talking about this. We do keep talking about this, saying we've got to build up some women heels. So I suppose in a way I can understand Piper getting it, but oh! So against the ropes, and it was like a Becky bottom, a rock bottom, a manhandle slam. It was a dewdrop. That's what it was. It was a dewdrop. Dewdrop. Just having a little look at SmackDown. Obviously, that was a fun show. Killer Shark said, I'm 16. Wasn't too far off then. I'm watching on a brick I found on the roads. I'm living in a bin. I've got no mammy or pappy. Well, you know, give Rhea and Dominic a call. And I've got a chip on my shoulder that I saved as a snack. Well, don't get into an argument with the Miz, because he'll spend about 20 minutes trying to point that out. But he won't be able to find the words. So you'll just be standing there forever. Nia Jax versus Piper Niven in a ladder match. What if Nia Jax comes back with a Vader type character? I think you could do something with Nia Jax. Nia Jax gets a lot of hate. I understand why. She is a botch machine. She is boring, but she's big. If you gave her someone to do the talking and you gave her better goddamn music than I'm not like most girls. Like, oh my God, it should be something like bum bum dum, bum bum dum, bum bum dum. You know, like Bobby's music, something like big, epic. Ah, here comes the monster. Bum 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 bum. You know, Brock, Bobby. Here's Nia. I'm not like most girls. I'm a little princess. Enough for me. I'm not like most girls. Oh my God. How can you botch it that bad? How can you botch it that bad? How can you botch it that bad? But I remember seeing some footage of her first hearing that music, and she's gutted. She's gutted. She's gutted. And like, she's like, okay, we'll have to make the best of it type thing. They never changed it. They never took it away from her. She had to run with that music her whole career. And honestly, like, it just doesn't strike fear into people's hearts when they hear that music. And then, like, I don't know that her ring gear, she came out, like, what were the flappy panels on her hips made her look like an elephant because of, like, the ears and whatever. I mean, it was, like, really unflattering ring gear with, like, flappy panels on the sides. I just think the whole presentation was wrong. I think the whole presentation was wrong. I would put her in different ring gear. Something really that's quite iconic, catches the eye. I've said before, you should be able to get a piece of paper, should be able to draw everyone's ring gear because it's that iconic. You know, if I gave you a bit of paper and told you to draw Macho Man's ring gear, you'd be able to come up with it. You'd be able to come up with the Warriors. You'd be able to come up with Hogan. You just need a yellow pen. Like, you know, you'd be able to come up with, like, The Undertaker. That is iconic. You should be able to come up with, you should be able to draw people's ring gear. I would come up with something that was iconic, something that was, like, memorable. Put her in that. Make it look cool, credible. I'm thinking like Vader. You know, like Vader, black with the red at the top. I mean, Vader's is brilliant because it's very simple. It's very simple, but it's very iconic. You could say the same for Bam Bam. Bam Bam, black with the flames. It's very simple, but it's very iconic. I would put her in something very simple that's very iconic, and I would give her, like, heavier music. I would give her a mouthpiece that could do the talking for her. I would put her into matches where if she's going to take on smaller women, they're going to be jobbers for her to just chuck around. Otherwise, when it comes to her feuds, I'm putting her in there with bigger girls. I'm putting her in there with bigger girls. I'm putting her in there with bigger people. I ain't going to mess around with putting her in with smaller women, because what's the point? Unless that smaller woman is someone like Asuka, what is the point in putting her in there with a Candice LeRae? What's the point? It's going to destroy her. It's going to destroy her. Ain't going to do nothing for Candice, and it ain't going to do anything for Nia. Nia doesn't come out of destroying Candice LeRae looking like a bigger star. And you could make the argument if Candice put up a bit of a fight, she might come out looking like a bigger star. But equally, she runs a bigger risk of getting botched and wrecked, because Nia is a wrecking ball of a thing. She's an absolute... I mean, she is. She is basically this big woman that had to, like, be soft and gentle with the smaller women. I think it's right that she gets criticism because she was too heavy-handed. She was too sloppy. There's a lot of people saying she should have gone back to NXT and really honed and, like, learned, you know, tied things down. I do think part of the problem is that she was botching against, like, a lot of smaller women. Whereas, like, you know, if she was going up against the Raquel Rodriguez and they were just getting into it a little bit more, you know, if she was in there with a Rhea Ripley, I'd be looking at something like something along those lines. So I think the way she's booked, I think her music, I think her ring gear, I think the fact that she needed a manager. I mean, honestly, it's very, very difficult to sit here and say anything they did right with Nia. It's very hard to sit here and go, well, yeah, I mean, they did that, I suppose. I can't think of anything they did right with Nia. It was like a disaster class on how not to book. Pretty much everything was wrong. And I'm not sitting here saying she was perfect or that she doesn't deserve blame. I'm not sitting here saying that. I'm just saying that WWE deserve their fair share of criticism when it comes to Nia Jax. So I don't know, perhaps trying to build up a new Nia with Piper Niven. Right, we're going back to the show. We was at commercial break and an hour into the show. So we're in Brooklyn. It's been pretty fun. Got a big main event coming up tonight. Triple threats. We're in Brooklyn. We're at the Barclays Center. Days, did you know Bam Bam saved children from a fire? I did. I don't know if I did that video. I might have done a video on wrestlers that were real life heroes. Oh, I think I did it as a figure video, you know. I think I did it as a figure video. I think there is a video that's called Real Life Heroes, and it's all to do like with figures. But that is a great story about Bam Bam. We've just got this segment from last week with Baron and JBL. JBL, of course, walked away from Baron. Here's Kathy Kelly. Here's Baron. What are we doing with Baron now? JBL had some unsettling words last week for you. Been a depressing week. Well. Sami? Sami's in the ring. Oh, Sami's in the ring. So Baron was about to talk. Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn. Sami, look at the crowd. Sami, 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 Sami. Here we go. There's something I need to say. And there's someone I need to say it to. He's going to talk to Cody. He's going to call out Cody. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. I know you're back there. Oh my God, the way they've done this is so good. Oh my God, this is so good. We are eating from the top table. Sami is in the ring. He's calling out Cody. He's going to wish him luck, isn't he? I mean, he ain't going to smack him around. These are two baby faces. Cody is making his way out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I love that they went to talk to Baron and he got interrupted. Sami, 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 Sami. Here's Cody. This is what WWE can do, man. This is what makes WWE unmissable. They can provide these types of moments. They can provide these types of encounters when you really aren't expecting them. No way was I expecting Sami tonight. No way was I expecting Sami. Cody making his way down. Sami, Sami, Sami. Corbin deserves better. I don't mind it because if they're trying to build sympathy, this is just a great way of doing it. He got verbally destroyed by JBL last week. And now this week, he was about to do a promo and he's just been interrupted. So if we're trying to build sympathy for him, well, who knows? He might snap at like the disrespect. There's things we can do. I'm not worried about Corbin. Oh my God, this is amazing. He looks so good. The amount of money he must spend on suits must be more money than I'll ever see in my life added together just on his suits. Suits are amazing. Sami, welcome to Raw. What do you want to talk about? Oh my God. Last week, you had a verbal exchange with Paul Heyman. There was a lot to unpack. There's one thing that's replayed in my mind. Can't stop thinking about it. It looks like more and more that it'll be Cody and Sami at Mania. Do you believe? Tell me man to man. Do you believe I can beat Roman? Crowd are chanting yes. We got a yes chant. Sami wants to hear from Cody. I haven't got time to BS you. He means it. I meant it. I believed it, says Cody. Respectfully. This is awesome, chance. This is awesome. Thank you, crowd, because this just might put it into Triple H's mind. I don't think that's what this is about. What do you believe? Do you believe? I don't think he does. Look at his face. Look at his face. Sami says, do you want the truth? We've got the crowd laying away, which is brilliant. This crowd is fantastic. Sami doesn't know. I've been in the trenches with the Bloodline. I've been making game plans. They always find a way. They always find a way. God mode isn't just a catchphrase. Amazing. I've seen people bigger than me, stronger than me, walk into matches full of conviction, and they've lost. So good. Do I think after 900 odd days that Sami Zayn will be the one to take down Roman Reigns? Yes. I believe I am capable. Look at the passion from Sami. Main event. Oh my God, this is goated! Look at the passion! If I don't believe it, no one else will. He doesn't know. You can do it, Chant. You can do it. I think there's a duel in no, he can't, though. Seems like everyone here knows. It's very good. Cody said, I haven't been where you've been. That little moment from Sami. Feel like he's talking directly to Triple H. He looks broken, Sami. It feels like he's so close and he's not going to do it. And it feels like that to the fans as well. You say Roman is God mode. Roman Reigns is a man, Sami. I never needed you at all. I never needed you. Yes. 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 Cody said, I intend to finish my story. You need to finish yours. Oh, my God. This is so good. It's everything the fans are saying. It's everything we're thinking. I intend to finish my story. You need to finish yours. But how does he do it? I don't want to see you on Raw next Monday, said Cody. I don't want to see you on Raw next Monday. I'd rather see you at WrestleMania. Brilliant. I had criticisms for last week's promo. I wasn't a fan of the ending of it. I can't fault anything about that. There's nothing to fault in there. It's faultless. It's faultless. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I'll tell you why it's brilliant. It's mainly because they have just said everything the fans are saying. It's out in the open. It's right there. And that the key, there's two key bits for me. Sami getting fired up and talking passionately about how he is, he believes that he's can be Universe Champion. He believes he can be main event. I think that's key. But I also think Cody's line about I'm going to finish mine, you need to finish yours. Well, it's true. It's absolutely true. The big question is, though, how does he finish his? How is he going to finish his? We don't know how he's going to finish his story. Because seemingly he ain't going to beat Roman. We got Nikki and Carmella backstage. Matt said, Days, I've invented a wrestler. You tell me if it sounds like a top guy, a midfielder, or a jobber. His name is Zach Banger. Sounds like a jobber. Here's Asuka with the face paint. You two are so weird. Yeah, I mean, that is a rough team. That is a rough team for Carmella to be on. Why are you following me? Nikki laughs. Okay, so Carmella says, you two are weird and walks away. Candice asks, why are you following me? Why are you following me? And Nikki laughs. If we got Sami Cody, if we get Cody Sami at the title and Roman, imagine if we got that. Oh my God. Imagine that. Imagine that. I mean, I've got conflicting feelings about Sami and oh god, I've got conflicting feelings about Sami and Cody. The reason being because you put in two baby faces up against each other in a match that I just think you're going to split the crowds. Already there was times there where it felt like the crowd were chanting, "You can do it, no, you can't." So it felt like the crowd were actually surprisingly a little bit split at one point, which I really wasn't expecting. They'd be split even more if you put both of those two fan favorites in a match against each other. And I just don't know that you want to do that for Cody winning the belt. If Cody wins the belt, you want the place going bananas. You want the place going crazy. I just don't know. Part of me, he's got to complete his story. He's got to finish his story. It would be worth the split, says Kieran. Yeah, do you know, you might not be wrong. You might not be wrong. At what point does it become worth the split? At what point do you look at it and go, do you know what? You're going to split the fans. Well, do you know what? Split the fans. Everyone picks a side. Not everyone universally gets behind the same team for the Super Bowl. So maybe not everyone gets behind the same person at WrestleMania. And if Cody has to win the belt and some people are booing unhappy that Sami's just lost it, maybe that's what we have to do. Maybe that's the path we have to go down. It's a really good point. Maybe you split the fans. If Sami wins, he'll lose it at WrestleMania. Yeah. If he wins, he'll lose at WrestleMania. What they've done though is that promo has definitely put a little seed of doubt in my mind as to could they? Because there's a few things in that promo that really stand out. One of them is the crowd reaction, as we said. And also, at the end, you've got Cody basically saying, I don't want to see you next week. I want to see you at WrestleMania. Oh God, so good. I will do a quick video on it because it's such a big talking point. Let's get it recorded. Right. Massive segment coming out of Raw. We were backstage with Kathy Kelly and Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin was about to talk, obviously going through a rough time at the moment. JBL has dropped him and things aren't going very well. But before we could actually get to Corbin really giving us anything in the way of answers, we had to throw over to the ring because in the ring, we had Sami. Oh, hello. We've messed this right up, haven't we? What's that? What is this? Oh, we've botched it. Don't normally do a botch. Hey, this is really weird. That shouldn't be a red thing. We've got... Oh my God, we've got an error. Can I just say, it's botched it, and it's not my fault because this is the picture that's meant to be there. Oh my God. Keep breathing. No one will know. No one will notice. Keep going. The show goes on, guys. Oh, hang on. The show does go on. Oh my God, now we're hearing from Corbin for real. Oh, it's all going wrong. It's all going wrong. Ah! We're drowning. We're sinking. We're going down, guys. Save yourselves. Ah! Didn't even get the video done. Technical difficulties. Right, we've got Baron Corbin. That is honestly not my fault. I can't get rid of this red box. I can't get rid of it. It's not meant to be a red box. That is not meant to be a red box. Right, we're hearing from Corbin. Oh, my God. Oh, they call me wrestling first take days. Just knock them out, don't we? Oh, Cody. Baron is talking about how Cody has been handed the number 30 spot. He's talking about Cody. Cody is right behind him. Oh, bang. I think his dad is a joke. He says Cody is a joke. I think his dad is a joke. These two getting into a scrap. There's a fight that's broken out between Cody and Baron Corbin. I think he is a joke. I think his dad is a joke. He was handed the number 30 spot. Yeah, I mean, that's it. You don't talk about his dads, and he's unloading now. So we got Cody and Corbin. Days, I fell asleep during UFC. What happened to D-Man? I think he did stick around for a little bit. But we... boom. Yeah, I think he did stick around for a little bit, but he went, unfortunately. Oh my God, I just noticed someone in the crowd is dressed as Dusty. Did you see there's someone in the crowd with yellow polka dots? There's someone in the crowd with yellow polka dots. America dream. You're just a common man. Right, into the barricades, into the timekeepers area. Cody jumping into the ring, going back over to the timekeepers area. This guy or this person in the polka dots, they're on the opposite side to the hard cam, so you can see them. They're right over to the right, though. They're sort of in line with the back right ring post. Quite a few levels up, but they are visible. They seem to be right next to the staircase, if you wanted to see them. It's always fun when people come dressed as wrestlers. Tend to see a lot of macho mans and whatever. Don't see that many Dusty Rhodes. It'd be great if they fought in the crowds and then Cody put his arm around this person. That would be so good. Do it. Do it, Cody. It's right there for you, mate. Cody going up. Over the top of Corbin. Kicked him. Oh, that kick was well short. Didn't look good there by Cody. Looking for a Cody cutter. Gets it. Cody cutter. Let's go. Points at the sign. Got to, ain't you? I subscribe to your podcast. It's good. I enjoy it, said Denisha. Denisha, shout out. Thank you very much. It's pretty chilled, to be honest. I mean, we really go in lots of different directions, but I sort of feel like the more intense, really talking about wrestling and only wrestling sort of conversation is what we do here, whereas with the Escape Pod, I just don't care. I don't care where the conversation goes. It's kind of fun to like dig into a few other things sometimes. And it's really hard to keep Tommy on track as well, so... Yeah, I'm really glad you enjoy it. It's obviously for those that don't watch every Wednesday. Right, Cody has picked up the victory. This is a great Raw. It is a great Raw. It is. I was trying to do that video quickly during the commercial break. And there's just not, since we've come back, there's been no way of doing it. We've just had Baron Corbin saying a few words. Clearly, we're not trying to build up the sympathy on him because he was talking down about Cody. Cody has now obliterated him. And now we go backstage. The pace of this, it's like, look at this, look at this, look at this. And this is a go home as well. Brilliant. Yeah, really fun show. Where are we? Almost at a halfway point. Right, we've got Liv, we've got Raquel, we got Natalya. Seems like you don't see me as a threat, says Natty. Oh, Raquel. Putting out the argument. Okay, looks like we're going over to this lady match. This 6-woman match. No one has appeared in more Elimination Chamber matches on the Raw side than Liv. Okay, so it's going to be Liv, it's going to be Natty, it's going to be Raquel taking on Asuka, Carmella, and Nikki. You need one of those Natalya hats for the Elimination Chamber. I should imagine they're on WWE Shop, aren't they? Days, you need to think outside of the box. In regards to what? In regards to what? Did you hear that Randy asked someone to make boots for his in-ring return? I didn't, but it's brilliant news. All the news this past week about Randy. I feel like we spoke about this a few weeks, quite a few weeks actually, where we've spoken about how it's not looked great for Randy. There's been no news about him. The injury he's got is a very serious injury. But all the news this past week been brilliant. Really good updates. People saying that he's made really good recovery. I haven't heard the news about him wanting someone to make boots for him again, but yeah, I mean, it ties in with the positive report that I saw not long ago. So, yeah, there's been a few reports come out that have all been positive. So things looking really, really good for Randy Orton, which you love to see. Antonio, Pagan Wrestling, AP Dub, says Useless Corbin. Useless Corbin. Is that going to be his new name? We've had Happy Corbin, Boring Corbin. Now we've got Useless Corbin. Right, I'm going to see if we can do this again. Let's have a look. I'm going to double check that I've got images. Oh, that would have been now this one's a brown box. How interesting. How interesting. That one would have slipped me up. That would have got me. Guys, if you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail. Yeah. So we're not doing the video. I'll tell you what, though, I do seem to have a bit of a problem, though, where instead of pictures, I'm getting boxes of color instead of images. Can I just say, this genuinely, I know people are probably looking at this going, he's botching this. I am genuinely not doing anything wrong. All I am doing is uploading images, screenshots, as I've always done. And instead of those images showing, I'm getting these coloured boxes. Are there any of the others coloured boxes? That's all right. There is another one. Oh my God, what has happened? What is going on? 3 of the images I uploaded. This might be a problem, you know. In fact, this is going to be a problem. I feel like this segment needs to be spoken about separately, and we will definitely do that as a video, but that is going to need to be looked into, because why is that happening now? Why is that happening now? I don't know. Answers on a postcard. What is going on? I have no idea. But I love the fact I didn't get caught out by it. I mean, I got caught out the first time, but I didn't get caught out. Could you imagine if I didn't just check that and I just did a second video? I got caught out, got all the way to the brown box, and then I'd be like, and then for some reason I didn't check again, did it a third time, and then I'd get caught out by the blue box. This is where experience comes in. I got made to look like a fool once, and I learned from it. And then there was 2 other coloured boxes in there just waiting to slip me up, trip me up. That's all right. I feel a bit smug now. Feel a bit smug. I was feeling down, dejected. But now I'm feeling smug. I rumbled it. Right, here we go. Going back to the action. You might have opened Pandora's box. Days has got a box house of fun. Main event tonight. Becky or Bailey win, they get added to the chamber. If Bianca wins, forget about it. Hey, forget about it. Watch me. We're back from commercial. Brown box, blue box, Baron box. Halftime scores. We'll do it the next commercial break. I was trying to do it here, but I was trying to do the video there. That didn't work, obviously. And I'm giving up now. Everything's conspiring against me. I give up. If at first you don't succeed, it's a really important lesson for the kids watching. If at first you don't succeed, just abandon it. Just give up. Don't bother. Do you believe that Randy might need to use a new go-to finisher? What, instead of the RKO? What, to protect his lower back? Don't know. I mean, it apparently is making really good recovery, so maybe not. Maybe he'll be okay. Right, here we go. 6. Oh, Nikki's come down. Running down. Here's Asuka. So weird that she's got this slightly different music. You can't hide. Oh, look at this. Right in the cameras. The camera's like... Slightly new way of presenting her. If her music feels big, but to be honest, of all the things we needed to tweak and change, I don't think her music was one. But it's still not bad. It is great how she comes right into the camera. That's going to be in my nightmares, though. Why didn't they change her name to Kana? They wouldn't do that. I don't think that they've got the rights to Kana. I mean, they've got all the rights to Asuka. So I didn't expect them to change her name to Kana. Asuka, so fine. She can't scare me, said Tommy. Big box, little box, cardboard box. They should call that team Carmella and the Creeps. Carmella and the Creeps. Asuka, why doesn't Natalya ever change her gear style? She must know that's her problem, says Matt. Well, I don't think she wants to because of the connections, of course, to her dad and to the Hart family. I think being black, pink, I mean, like, she doesn't wear the exact same gear all the time. She obviously has, like, variations of it, but I don't think she's ever going to want to move away from black, pink, hearts, that kind of a thing, having her boobs out. Like, that's very much Natalya. Pink, black, hearts, get my boobs out. Tried and tested. I mean, I must admit, it's very much my approach to a Friday night as well, so it's hard to sit here and criticize. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Nice. Right. 7 said Chaos Theory. 8 said Henry. 9 said Kian. 7.5 said Aaron. Sacanelli, shout out to you. Rory said 8. Tommy says biggest boobs in the world. Zoom Station said 8.5. Alexa Bliss Gamer said 7.5. Samuel says 7. Wrestle with Andy said 8.5 Dijak fingers out of 10. Oof. Alex says 8. Terry says 8. Jilly said 7.26. Henry said 8.5. Trini says 8.5. William said 10 because Days promotes boobs being out. I'm the official face of that campaign, actually. Butterstotch says 7.5. Chris said in-ring action is about a 6. Sami and Cody segment brings it to an 8. Gio said, is Asuka a heel or a baby face? I believe her to be a face. I believe her to be a face, but I think she is a face that has no problem going up against other baby faces and trying to obviously win championships and whatever. She's not the kind of face that's going to be like best friends with people, I don't think, and whatever. I think there's a bit more of an edge to her now. So, but I don't see anything about her being a heel. Well, not yet. You need to keep within PG guidelines, says Killer Shot. I think we're all right. I think boobs is all right. Rick Boobs. LS Dub said 725. Uncle Howdy is going to interfere after the break, says William. Nick says 8. Henry says 8. Kitson says 8. Draco said 7.5. Mr. Dr. Sir Manboy said 775. Austin says 8.5. Greg, what did Greg say? I just got to Greg and then my chat just shot up. And there's Greg. 8. Let Him In said 7. Henry says 8. WWE Fan 1000 says 8 colored days boxes out of 10. Yeah. That's properly playing on my mind, you know. I'm sitting here just reading these scores out, and all I'm thinking is, I bet that's going to happen during the review. Because that's how I tend to do the reviews. I put all the pictures into this and then talk over the top. And if I'm going to start a 10-minute review and get to like the final picture, it's going to be a colored box. I am going to lose it. I am going to absolutely have a meltdown. It's going to be like a volcanic eruption in the UK. So if you hear of like a volcanic eruption in the UK, it'll be because I started a 10-minute review, got 9 minutes 55 in, and then got hit with a colored box. Honestly. Ribby said 6.81. Are you Team SmackDown or Team Raw? Team anyone? Don't know. Do we have to pick teams? If I have to pick, then I'm Team Asuka. That's what I am. Team Asuka. But I love watching both shows. This has been a great Raw. Wow, it's actually great. Might be a bit extreme, but I've been in. I mean, what are we? 1 hour 40 minutes in. It's been a breeze, man. It's been a breeze. It's had a lovely pace to it. We've had surprises. We've had some really strong segments. It's been good. It's been very good. Has it been great? Oh, I don't know, I don't know. I'm feeling all loved up today. Feeling all positive. I've really enjoyed the show. I just contacted the people on WWE Shop, the US website. They said that they do internally ship to the UK from US stores. So I can use your codes after all, said Kieran. Well, Kieran, honestly, mate, just use Euroshop. I mean, if it's going to arrive to you quicker, and I don't know, delivery might even be more from the US shop. So it's very kind of you to check that and find that out. But I don't want people spending like more money just to support the channel. So all I would say is if you're going to buy something from WWE Shop, then yeah, definitely use that code because it will help the channel. Like a small percentage comes back to the channel, which is just a great way of getting what you want, but also supporting the channel at the same time. But I am very aware that I do not do a good enough job of making it easy to get to the link. You know, if you're sat there thinking, oh, I'll have a look at the shirts, you're not going to think to come onto a video, click a link first, are you? So I've got to find a way of getting it out there a bit more. Tell you what, look at that. I tell you what, fair play to Liv. She has just sold like an absolute super trooper there. Fair play to Liv Morgan. Asuka has managed to get a submission. She's got an arm. Liv has just screamed her head off. It's made that move look like an absolutely horrific move. Yeah, love that. Takedown by Asuka. She manages to get the arm of Liv, starts pulling back on the arm. Liv absolutely screaming her head off, all whilst Asuka is there. Big smile on her face. Raquel is carrying Liv out of the match. Asuka stands tall. Liv sells like an absolute trooper. Ticks all round there for me. Ticks all round. We're backstage with Alpha Academy. Is this going to be maximum male models? Yes. Oh, they just threw a hot dog. The Mansoir. Maxine is talking to Otis. He's still got mustard around his beards. Gable thinks that she's talking to him. I consider myself more of a role model. Otis? Otis? Otis! And he's thinking about it as well. Oh, Otis. Here's Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed smiles at Otis and walks down the corridor. I honestly, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Listen, we have seen way sillier stuff than this from WWE. Way sillier stuff. Otis? That was amazing, said Lance. Otis. Jilly, shout out to you. You never tried to sell products like Blue Chew or other products. You always about the stream, and the folks in the chat says, Jilly. Yeah, we get contacted by a lot of like those kind of mobile game companies, but I mean, I ain't going to sit here and talk to you about building up your clan. So yeah, it's just not. It's not something that I'm interested in. Gunther beats Cody. Sami beats Gunther. Thoughts? Can you keep Sami hot until that moment? Sami is riding a wave right now. He is red hot right now. They're doing a good job of having him come in, you know, hood up. I mean, him coming through the crowd with the hoods up, interrupting a show that he's not meant to be on. People love that. And that it's subtle, but it's just a good way of like getting that pop, getting that reaction. Oh, I'm seeing something I shouldn't be seeing. You know, you could easily have Sami just come from the back. There's no one here that's going to attack Sami. There's no bloodline here. So seemingly there's no one going to attack him. Cody ain't going to attack him. Roman's got plenty of enemies. If anything, I'd imagine the locker room are on Sami's side. So can't imagine if Sami was to say to Adam Pearce, like, I want to be on the show. I'm sure he would say, oh, you're not a Raw superstar, but we can find room for you. You know, you're in the main event of the next premium live event, which just happens to be this Saturday. So we can find space. But he's not doing that. Instead, they've got him under a hood, coming through the crowds, popping the crowds, keeping that excitement going. I mean, constantly finding ways of doing that and keeping that excitement going all the way through to WrestleMania, beyond WrestleMania, Cody against Gunther, then he's going to beat... I mean, like, that whole process, I mean, Cody's, I don't think, going to have a short title reign. I don't think Gunther is going to have a short title reign. So, honestly, that process could take us up to easily WrestleMania 40, if not after. Could be SummerSlam of 2024, if we were to see that process through. I just don't know if you're going to keep him hot that long. I hope you can. I would love... I just don't know. I don't know what I would love. I really want both of them to have one belt each. That's what I want. I want both of them to have one belt each. That's what I want. That's what I want. I want both of them to have one belt each. And I don't know how you do it. I'm wondering, what if you did Cody Roman night 1 and then have Cody defend the Universal title on night 2 as a surprise? What if you didn't? What if you go in promoting the main event as being Roman versus Cody? You can't do it, though. You can't do it because by the end of night 1, how are you going to set up night 2? I'm just wondering, is there a way that you could do Roman Cody night 1 and Cody wins and Cody defends the Universal? He's like, look, I'm a fighting champion and I'm going to fight tomorrow. I'll defend against someone tomorrow. Cody Rhodes, open challenge for the Universal Championship night 2. Open challenge night 2. But he that can only get booked once he's won it on night 1. I mean, there's no way they're going to do that. And then I'm thinking, could Sami answer that? You get Sami Cody night 2. And Sami answers that open challenge. I just don't know. I don't even know if that's the right way forward. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But I want both of those guys to have belts. I want both of those guys to have belts. I know what I want. It's just getting there, innit? I feel like you can get there. I feel like you can get there. There's a way of getting there. Mustafa Ali against Bronson Reed is what we've got right now. What's your score? What for this show? About probably a 7.5. 7.5. I think 7.5 is just knocking on the door of great. I think 7 is good. I think 6.5 is fine. I mean, 6.5 is fine. 7 is good. 7.25, that's when you're like, okay, yeah. Sneaking towards very good. I think 7.5 is very good. And then once you get into 7, 7.5, and 8, that's when you're starting to knock on the door of great. And I feel like this show, I don't know that it's great. It's had some great moments. I don't know that the overall show is great because I think some of these matches, like the 6 women tag match, didn't really mean anything. Street Profits against Judgment Day didn't really mean anything. This match here, it's all right to watch. Doesn't really mean anything. It's all right. But I think these are the things that are just maybe bringing the score down a little bit. Still can't escape that fantastic Sami segment, though. And the fact that they've given us a pretty juicy main event. I mean, honestly, this is how you book a go-home. This is how you book a go-home. Sami to win by DQ at the Chamber, and then Cody and Sami go after separate titles at Mania. Only problem with that is that they've already announced that the Cody one is for the Undisputed Universal Championship. So for them to now change that now, that's the only issue. The only other thing as well is like, if you do that, you know they're both winning one each as well. You know that Cody's going to get the one, and you know that Sami's going to get the other. I'm just... it's so difficult. There is a way forwards. There's a way that's not obvious that gets the belt separated, gets them onto both of them. I just don't know how you get there. Oh, Mustafa thrown into the timekeeper's area. That's why I was saying, like, if Cody is advertised to go for both, your starting point is he goes for both. So let's do that night one, because that's what we're advertising, right? So we do that. That then leaves you night two for Sami to potentially have a match with Cody. But you can't advertise that unless you advertise the winner of night one faces Sami on night two. And you advertise it. It's not an open challenge. It's Cody versus Roman for the undisputed Universal Championship. Winner of that match will defend against Sami on night two. Now, Sami cannot have night one off because that's not fair, because Cody and Roman are wrestling, so Sami has to wrestle. So night one is Sami and Kevin against the Usos. Night two is the winner of that main event takes on Sami Zayn. Oh my God. That's what I would do. 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 The only downsides is that Sami would leave with both the belts if he wins on night two, and Cody would leave with nothing, and you are splitting the crowds. But as we said earlier, maybe you've just got to take that on the chin. You still get that moment with Cody. You still get night one, him being on his knees, fireworks shooting into the sky. You don't split the crowds in that moment. Everyone's going to want Cody to do it. So you still get that moment. But then Sami gets his moment. You know, as Cody said, I'm going to complete my story. You need to complete yours. I'm going to complete mine. You complete yours. That will split opinion. I just can't see a way unless it's winner defends the Universal on night two. Unless the stipulation is that it's undisputed night one, maybe that's it. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps it's undisputed night one and it's just Universal night two. You got to do a bit of explaining as to why it's only Universal night two, and it does make it a bit obvious as to what's going to happen. That's also a bit of a downer. I sort of feel like if both titles were on the line, you wouldn't quite know which way it's going to go. Are they going to really pull the trigger and give it to Sami, or is Cody going to keep it? Oh, it's good, isn't it? Oh, chewing it over. It's interesting. Bronson just beat Mustafa Ali, by the way. Yeah, Wrestle with Andy. I feel like that's the. I feel what you were saying, and I feel like that's the closest I've come to being satisfied. If Cody wins the match at the Chamber by DQ, Sami, they could set up a way where he and Cody challenge for separate belts. How can you advertise it as being undisputed 2 belts night one, and then because Sami's cheated, all of a sudden now Cody only gets the shot at one of the belts? don't know. I'm struggling with that bit. That's the bit I'm struggling with. I feel like if the chamber is a DQ, I can see an argument as to why you would give Sami night 2. I can see that argument. You give him night 2. But I'm struggling with why would it just be for one belt? If he wins at the chamber, it could be that they say, you know, we've got Cody and we've got Roman and you can have the winner. But it's the one belt each thing I'm really struggling with. That would need to be explained, and I'm just struggling with that bit. What about making the match a triple threat? I'm not sure about that. That one I'm really not sure about. The reason being because it's not gonna necessarily solve our problem in the sense of we've got basically the end result is we want both of them to have been champion. So if you have a triple threat, only one's going to come out with both belts. So, you know, if you do the triple threat match and you do Cody versus Sami versus Roman, well, Cody's going to win. He's got to win. He's got to complete his story, hasn't he? Now, you can make the argument, well, we can kick that down the road. It doesn't have to be this year. You can kick that down the roads. And that's a fair argument. And you could give it to Sami. But the problem is you are then going to have people upset that Cody has not finished his story yet. And that, you know, they've gone with Sami instead. So I feel like you're not giving both of them the completion to their stories if you do the triple threat. Whereas if Cody wins night 1, Sami wins night 2, they are both getting completions to their stories at WrestleMania. I also worry that a triple threat is going to make the match not as interesting. For me, Roman versus Daniel Bryan is an amazing match. Roman versus Edge is an amazing match. Roman versus Daniel Bryan and Edge, which is what we got at WrestleMania, not so much. I always feel that triple threats are less than just having the one-on-one. So I feel like Roman versus Cody, brilliant. Roman versus Sami, brilliant. Roman versus Cody and Sami, less than. In my mind, as I'm sat here, and it might not be true, but in my mind, it's less than. It's not adding to the match and making it better. It's actually taking away from the match and making it worse. So it would be a match that I would be less excited to see, and it wouldn't solve the problem of both people needing to be champions. So that's my issue with the triple threat. Cody has to beat Roman for the Universal. It's already a year in the making, said Jilly. The Sami problem is he has to take the Raw title, but how do we get there? Usos versus Kevin Owens and Sami at WrestleMania. That's the match. Jay turns on Sami at Elimination Chamber, says Kendall. Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like it. I just don't. It's not a match that I'm bothered by. I just don't think the tag titles mean anything. You know, when Cody said to Sami in this promo, and it's a key line, I'm going to complete my story. You need to complete yours. The completion of Sami's story is not him winning the tag titles. That's not the completion of him ending this story. This story deserves Sami winning a world title, in my opinion. And I think in many people's opinions as well. There's plenty of people out there that will disagree with that. Plenty of people saying, no, he doesn't. He's not right. He's too small. He was faffing around with Jackass last year. Whatever, right? In my opinion, this has been the pinnacle of WWE. That and White Rabbit has been the best stuff over the past 12 months. And he deserves to have that moment. It's not even about him having a long title reign, because to be perfectly truthful, I think the fans would be fine with him dropping the belt relatively early. It's just he deserves that achievement. The work that he's done since being in the Bloodline, the segments he's provided us, the moments he's given us, the payoff it deserves is for him to achieve something I don't know that he ever, hand on heart, thought we would achieve. I mean, I'm sure he hoped he would. But hand on heart, did he ever really think he was going to become WWE champion, Universal champion? He may have hoped for it. I think he deserves it. I think he's earned it. I think it's as simple as that. In my mind, he's earned it. He deserves it. He needs that moment. The tag titles are not it. They're not it. I've seen Braun Strowman and a child win the tag belts. Right, here's Miz TV with Seth Rollins. We're into the final hour. Miz TV with Logan. Felix said, I heard they could combine both belts to make it one and make a new title for night one and then Roman night two. They could make a new title for night one, main event, then Roman night two. They could make a new title. How do we feel about that? So what? They combine the WWE and the Universal and they just create a new belt and then have Sami fight for that. Well, no. I mean, he's got to beat Roman. Him just winning this new belt. I mean, this new belt's going to have no lineage, no history, no prestige. No, that doesn't do it for me. I understand that you can make it a big deal, but that's going to take time. I mean, the Universal is there. The Universal feels like a big deal. What the hell is he wearing on his feet? What the hell are them? Wow, look at those boots, man. What the hell are them boots? Looks like he stole the legs from a Teletubby. What even are those boots? Even the Miz can't stop staring at them. Look at the size of them. Oh my God. Look at Miz. Wow. Wow. I've legit never seen anything like them. I mean, it is like something that someone would wear on Sesame Street and then put like Big Bird's costume over the top. Crowd is still singing away. What are those? What are those? It's called Style, and you wouldn't know a damn thing about it. I hope you're not wearing those in the Elimination Chamber. Wow. Miz, come on. I don't think the Miz is the kind of person that would be in a red shoe club. It's called being a clown. They're very expensive, said Jessa. Oh, I'm sure they are. Super Mario boots. Are they actually Mario boots? Are they actually boots that you can buy? If I Google search Mario boots, I could definitely see people selling those kind of things. Booze for Logan. I don't care what they want. I want to talk about Logan. Why? You're a clown. If you haven't got anything nice to say, don't say nothing at all. Those boots are amazing. It's an amazing crowd. It's a great crowd. It is a great crowd. When Logan did the frost blast from the doctor desk, these boots been viral for a little bit now, says Nando. Have they? Shut up, Mike. Shut up, Mike. Miz wants to know why he won't talk about Logan in the WWE. I know why. Preach it, Seth. Look at that sign. My life. All I ever wanted was to main event WrestleMania. That dream matters to me. It matters to you. And it matters to everyone. We love this. Big. Preach, King. King, preach. Preach it, King. Preach it, King. Preach it. He's looking into my soul right now. You know who doesn't love this? Do you know who doesn't give a damn about this? Do you know who's not there week in, week out? I feel like that Elmo meme. He only cares about being famous, about making money. He doesn't deserve it. Such an interesting approach by WWE. The truth. I mean, I don't want to say we've been saying this for a while, but we've been saying this for a while, haven't we? Do you know what I mean? Pretty outspoken about celebrities and wrestling. It's interesting. WWE saying the same thing now. Did it for a while. Feel like they're only doing it to set up a match, but whatever. It's not going to change anything. Very interesting, though, that they've positioned Seth as the face. Very interesting. Brooklyn, can you help me out? Is the Miz stupid? Yes. Has he got tiny balls? Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Tell you what, Brooklyn, great crowd, man. Really great crowds, really getting involved, really vocal. We are the only two-time Grand Slam champions, said The Miz. The guy that you're calling stupid headlined WrestleMania. It's true, The Miz did. You want to stomp in with your stupid Super Mario boots? Wow, here we go. It's broken down between Seth and The Miz. Austin Theory grabbing Seth. Tell you what, if he super kicks someone with those boots, is it even going to hurt? I feel like they're so padded. It'd be like a lovely cushion on the chin. I just imagine being super kicked by those boots. It's just a dream. I just imagine that can't hurt. No, does that hurt? He super kicks The Miz. The Miz goes down. I can only imagine that's being like super kicked by a pillow. Papa Smurf. Looking for a bang. Curb stomp there by Seth. Theory is in. He's got Seth on his shoulders. Bang. There's the knee. Seth is down. Austin Theory standing over Seth. A-Town down. A-Town down. You are the past. So we get a brawl. We get Theory attack him. You are the past. I tell you what. I like that segment. Miz TV with Logan. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Logan coming out saying that he's always dreamed of it. There'll be some pictures of him as a kid with some wrestling stuff, all that kind of stuff, trying to change the narrative. If he really cared about it, be flipping here, wouldn't he? Right, we got Boogs, we got Elias, we got Hurt Business in the background. Internet will wet itself over that. Oh, did you see the Hurt? Ah, they were in the background. Ah. Coach Co said MCCHF Red Astro Boo Boy Boots. Said boo. Never said boo in my life. What are they? MC. What are they? Mischief Boots, was it? Is that short for like Mischief Boots? Mischief, big red boots. Oh, yeah. £10 on Etsy. He's booging out. What? Oh, wow. Actually, do you know what? You can get him off Etsy, but they're a couple of £100. Damn, they're not cheap. I mean, in all fairness, he can write it off, can't he, as tax purposes? StockX has got them for 2,300. 2,300 on StockX. Jesus. Wow. Wow. Oh, they've also got some for 996. I never go on StockX, you know. Lowest ask. Is this a bid? Oh, place bids. Oh, it is a bid. I've never been on StockX. A lot of nice looking shoes, isn't there? Do they do Jordan 1s on there? I'm sure they do. Jordan 1. Yep. 235 for some Jordan 1s. High tops. 220. Let's go by highest, most popular, highest bids, average sale price. Highest bids. Highest bid £45. What? New lowest ask, average sale price, volatility. Oh my God, highest bids. Total sold. I just want the most expensive. Highest bids. Highest bids. 62,000. What? That can't be right. For some shoes. 62,000. There's only 2 left. Jordan 4 retros sell for 62,000 or ask for more. That must be an asking price. You know, like when you go on Amazon and people are asking like 20 grand for some glue. 62,000 for some shoes. That can't be right. Some lovely. Do you know what? I know this is not making for a great stream, but some lovely shoes. Some lovely items that you can purchase if you've got the dollar. I have never been on StockX in my life. But I could see how that's a trap. I could see how you could lose quite a bit of money on there. Mischief Astro Boots said, Rivy, 62,000. I hope they're plated in golds. No, they weren't actually. I I could only buy them, said Jojo. Could do, I suppose. I was going to use that 62,000 to help the poor, but I might as well just get those trainers instead. I'll buy you those boots, said Ellis Dub. That's very kind, mate. That's very kind. Guys, if you do want to buy me those shoes, I'll make sure to sort out a P.O. box. WWE should lure Jeff Jarrett back from AEW to manage Boogs and Elias as a tag team. Imagine all the smash guitars, said John. I got a pair of Retro 4 white cement for 1,000, says Adam. You paid 1,000 for some shoes? $1,000 for some shoes? 1,000. I can't get over it. Like an actual $1,000. My most expensive trainers were £80. And I don't think I stopped crying about it for about a week. And my understanding is that's quite average. Right, we're going to Miz and Boogs. I paid 1,000 pesos for some shoes, said Dixon. I don't know what 1,000 pesos is. Here we go. Rick Boogs. Bella, sound it. Miz has got his microphone. He said it's not happening now. Guess what's happening? The match. Happening. Deal with it. Look at Boogs. He's curling. He's curling the Miz. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my God, look at the Miz being curled. Yeah, come on, Boogs in. Ah! Amazing. Amazing strength. The strength of Boogs is incredible. This guy feels like Dingo Warrior. He feels like the Ultimate Warrior in around 87. 1, 2, 3. Easy. Amazing. Honestly, if Rick Boogs didn't talk, just came running down to the ring, shook the ropes, and just destroyed his opponents, you'd go, mm-hmm. Yep. Makes sense. I know this guy. He has got that type of physique. He has got that type of presence. He's got the tassels. I think even the Warrior used to have a moustache, you know. I think the Warrior had a moustache. And I think he wore that colour blue as well. There's a figure of him in that kind of attire. This guy, I don't even care if this bites me in the backside. I don't care if people roll their eyes. That guy can be a world champion. Boogs can be a world champion. Look at it's such an incredible look. Ain't going to get there, Boogs in out, though. Right, Chelsea Green is being a... Austin 316. She's been a right little Austin 316. So she was demanding things, and Adam Pearce walks away. She wants a rematch. She wanted in the triple threat. He's not in it. Don't touch me. If you touch me, I'll scream. She's very threatened right now. So Adam Pearce walked off. I must admit, they're really committing to a character for her, aren't they? They're really committing to a character. They haven't just shoved her out there. Like, they've really given her something to do. Creative-wise, they've really given her something. I've got so many notes. I have actually got 3 sides of a notebook here. There's been so much that's gone down on this show. The review's going to take me forever. And then I've got to worry about coloured boxes. It's not right, is it? It's not right. Ellis Dub says, I agree. Yes. I don't know what on, but yes. He is gargantuan and massive. He is a throwback to the 80s and the 90s. Macca said, apparently Trish is backstage. John said, I think he's some sort of Rick Rude Ultimate Warrior hybrids. Wisp said, Chelsea Green is growing on me. She's really got the Karen act down. Zoe Killer said he could go all the way over flirting with the women and trashing the men. This could be the best Raw of 2023, said Max. It is very, very good. It is very, very good. Killer Shock said, don't touch me. Chelsea Green is like the pro wrestling Karen. I have an autographed Bible signed by Jesus, says Dark Angel. What? The Arsenal player, Jesus. That's amazing. Chelsea Green is the WWE Gloria Alfreds. Ian said they need to make Shayna and Ronda a team with Sonya as manager. Damien said Raw has not been bad tonight. When will Matt show up in WWE? I don't know that he will, to be honest. He was there before, wasn't he? And it wasn't very good. It wasn't very interesting. If he came back now, he might have a bit more credibility, but he would still be in the mid-cards. I think he'd be, I don't even think he was in the mid-card before. They gave him an Intercontinental title win at WrestleMania and then took the belt off him the very next night. I don't think he's done a Cody where he's gone away and elevated himself to the level that Cody went away and elevated himself to. He's gone away, he's gained some credibility, and he's garnered some support amongst the wrestling community. But if he came back, I think he would be elevated from the, gotta say, jobber type status he was at. So I think he would be elevated, but he would still just be bobbing around the mid cards. I could see him being very much Mustafa Ali kind of level. I think that I just don't know that there's any desire to bring him back. I don't know that I've heard any rumors that he's coming back, to be honest. He was never someone I was crazy about, to be brutally honest. I mean, like, I always found I liked him when he was doing the Long Island Z stuff, the Internet Championship. I thought that was all good, and then they just never had anything for him. So it was really hard to like get behind him. And I think, to be honest, I mean, he was always either a bit cringe or was around cringe. Like, you know, he was with Mojo Rawley. He was like kind of doing the hype bro stuff, which, you know, had its moments, but then very quickly ran out of steam. And he just never seemed to be... It could be the booking. It really could be the booking. But he's just not someone that I personally am clamoring to get back into the company. And even if he was, I just don't think he's elevated himself to be on the mid-cards. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if he comes back. We got Byron Saxton. We're back from commercial. Here's Rhea and Dom and Damian and Finn. Whoa, oh God, I thought Finn was about to tap Rhea. He just all of a sudden jumped up and I thought he was going towards Rhea. Finn said, I think they like it a little bit too much. They keep coming back and keep getting beaten down. Edge and Beth. They were good. The game has passed them by. We're the top of the game, says Damian Priest. WrestleMania. At WrestleMania, the homie is going to walk in as the challenger, but will walk out as the SmackDown Women's Champion. The only level that Charlotte is on is the one below me. So this is pretty standard stuff. This is just them promoting their forthcoming matches, Elimination Chamber, WrestleMania, so on, so on, so on. How long we got then? We got 35 minutes left. That is it. 35 minutes. Don't forget, this weekend, Elimination Chamber. We are live. We are live during the show, during the kickoff show, during the hour before. We are here. We are live. We are going to be doing it all. I will have predictions up maybe tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Priest looks tired or stoned, said Justin. What happened for the 24/7 title got thrown in the bin? His tier is smudged, says Rare Breeds. I watched Dashing Cody. I watched Stardust, and I always knew that he could do better. I want to see Cody fulfill his story. I feel it's been earned in WWE and outside of it, says Trini. Well said. I agree. Yeah, it was a good conversation we had about that, actually, because I can't remember the streams, obviously, but someone jumped in saying about how they don't want to see Cody do it. He doesn't deserve it. He only came back, had a few matches, went away. Now he's come back. He's won the Rumble. Does he deserve it? But we were saying, like, if you look at it that way, you're really only talking about the final chapter of his story. You've got to include Dashing Cody Rhodes. You've got to include Legacy. You've got to include Stardust. You've got to include him leaving New Japan, AEW. You've got to. I mean, like, you are ignoring his career if you only talk about since he returned. So you have to include everything. But it is very, very interesting because I think to some people out there is a lack of momentum. I mean, I think there is momentum, but I think for some out there, Sami has got way, way more right now. So it is interesting. It's very, very interesting. It all goes into how do you book WrestleMania, who gets the belts, who's going to be the one to end the title reign. They could pull the trigger this weekend. Probably not, but they could. If they do, then it ain't going to be Cody and Roman. It's going to be Cody and Sami. What if Sami wins this weekend, right? He won't, but let's go with it. He wins this weekend. He's the undisputed champion. That then means that we get Sami and Cody night one. And you could have Roman demand his rematch for night two. So you could have Sami win at Elimination Chamber. You could have Cody win on night one. Both of their stories are completed. And then Roman wins the belts back on night two. So we come out of WrestleMania with both stories completed and Roman still as champion. That would be the Vince. That's the Vince way of booking. That's Vince's way of booking. Okay, so I can complete the Cody story. I told him he'd be champion, so we do that. I can complete the Sami story and make some of the fans happy. I can do that. And I can have Roman stay as champion after WrestleMania. Big beefy guy as champ after WrestleMania. It's very clear who they want the face of the company to be. It's very clear who the face of the company is. It's not happening, but it does tick some boxes, doesn't it? Once again, it's not happening. That's evil, said Rare Breeds. You want Sami as champ? No problem, here you go. You want Cody as champ? No problem, here you go. But at the end of the day, It's going back onto the face. G-Dub-L Wrestling, shout out to you. Says, after tonight, I actually think Sami could win at Elimination Chamber. Do you agree? Sadly not. I mean, I've always thought he could win, but win by count out, win by DQ, and not get the belts. Tonight doesn't change my mind of that. What tonight was a fantastic promo that achieved everything you would want it to achieve in the sense of logical, credible. I love the fact that you see Sami doing this as well. There's a subcontext there because it sort of makes it seem that Sami is sat at home doing what we're doing now. You know, Sami is sat there going through all of these different scenarios. And one of the things he's come up with is, if I do win, it means that I'm going to face Cody. And rather than them having Cody on Monday, Sami on Friday, and we don't have them interact with each other, we've got two red hot baby faces, we're going to keep them apart, and they're going to tell their own stories. They actually did something that I genuinely did not think they would do, and that is put both of them in the ring at the same time and basically see what happens. You know, you could have had, it was an experiment as well, because that crowd and the reactions that those crowds were giving, you've got to know Triple H is paying attention to this. You've got to know he's paying attention. This is why, I mean, if you go back and watch it live, there's times where I was saying it really feels like Sami is talking to Triple H here, because when he talks about, do I think I'm good enough to lead this company? Yes, I do. Do I think I'm good enough to main event WrestleMania? Yes, I do. Do I think that I'm going to be able to do those things? Do I think that things will go my way that will allow me to do that? I'm not so sure. Now, what he's saying is that in kayfabe, the Usos could get involved, Solo could get involved, like they always find a way to prevent him, and so it might prevent him. In the real world, he's saying that he doesn't know that Triple H is going to give him that opportunity. But that passion that you were seeing from Sami, where he was delivering those lines about being the Universal Champion, being the main event of WrestleMania, that looked, felt real. I mean, sometimes you when you're cutting a promo like that, or when you're doing acting, you will channel and use very real emotions to bring out, you know, the emotions you want to portray. I think if looking at it, it looked to me like he was believing every word he was saying at that point. I mean, it's incredible performance. The delivery is fantastic. And it really feels like he's talking to Cody, but he's talking to Triple H as well. He's using this time, this promo, as saying, I can do it. I can be that guy. I am ready. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. And it's brilliant because as a fan, you look at it going, do you know what? He was so good. He was so passionate. They could do it, you know. They could do it. I just don't think they're going to do it. And I don't think really there's anything here short of the crowd going absolutely ballistic. I'm talking, they can't get a word out because the Sami chants are so loud for so long that, you know, the fans hijack the set. You know, like with Daniel Bryan, there is no denying what the fans wanted. It's a little downer here where there was a "you can do it" chant that broke out. If you listen, you can also hear "no, he can't." The fans are split. The fans are split because there's fans that want Cody, there's fans that want Sami, there's fans of Roman that think Roman's cool as well, of course, but there's less of those. But I think that this did its job. It put a seed of doubt in for this weekend. I think that we still go the way we're going to go, though. Roman is the face of this company. They have just spent 2 years putting him on talk shows, building him up. There is no way Roman Reigns is not in the main event of WrestleMania. He is going to be in the main event of WrestleMania. And I've got to think he walks in as champion. it's actually all right for Sami to get cheated in Montreal and for us to have a Montreal screw job. That is fine. That is all right. There's no problems with it going that way. The problem I've got, and the problem I think a lot of other people have got, is when does Sami get his moment? If he loses or wins by count out at Elimination Chamber, it goes back to what Cody said. When will you complete your story? I'm going to complete mine. You need to complete yours. Well, if he loses or wins by some screwy finish, when does Sami complete his story? Because if someone's going to come at me and tell me that Kevin and him winning the tag titles at WrestleMania is the completion of that story, we are going to have a very heated debate. Because there is no way on this planet that is a satisfying conclusion to this story. It's good though, and it's so good. I feel like we could just sit here and talk about it for hours and hours, just throwing up different scenarios. We are going over to our main event now. Who do you think will make the better champion, Cody or Sami? I think Cody will make the better champion. I think that the thing with Sami is it's very intense right now. The love for him, the support for him. I think that it could also lead to him showing us a side of himself that we just haven't really seen for a long time. Do you remember that guy that first came up from NXT that was the underdog from the undergrounds? And, you know, he was like super hyper and he was fantastic in the ring and credible. I mean, like, he got disillusioned, turned heel, and went into conspiracy stuff and all of that kind of stuff. And then, of course, we saw him do the jackass stuff and all of this. It's like seeing him face and cool and credible. We're getting that right now. What we're getting right now is a side of Sami we just have not seen for a long time. And I think there's definitely things that you can explore. The concern would be, though, that our creative going to back him. You know, Cody getting there has been the plan since Cody came in. Since Cody came in, I think we've all gone, when's he going to get to the belt, right? As soon as he came back, it's like, right, yeah, mystery opponent with Seth. He's going to win Money in the Bank. He's going to win Royal Rumble. He's going to be the one to beat Roman, blah, 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 yeah? We know it. You know it. Creative know it. Triple H knows it. Vince knows it. Cody knows it. Everyone knows it. He is going to win the WWE title, right? We all know it. So creative have surely thought about his first feuds. They've thought about what him being champion's going to look like. They must have given thought, or he must have given thought to what that first promo is going to be once he wins the belt. All of this kind of stuff, I think, is going to have a degree of planning already in place for it, even if it's just rough. I'm not saying, right, first week we do this, second week we do that, third week we do this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's already going to be a rough structure in place, just even if it's just, okay, this is what my first promo is going to be like, or this is your first potential opponent and it's going to run for X amount of time, or your first title reign, we're going to look for it to be this long, or, you know, there's going to be rough things in place. I don't think there's anything in place for Sami. Nothing in place for Sami. Sami was never meant to be in this position. There's no, this is how long your title reign's going to be. There is no title reign. There is no promo about, like, it feels like if Sami gets there, it's going to have to be, right, Sami's here. What do we do? What do we do? And it's going to have, I mean, sure, they could be thinking about it now, because they must know what they want to do at WrestleMania by now. I mean, they know if Rock's going to be involved. It obviously looks like he's not. So they must have a good idea as to what the plan actually is. But, like, yeah, this is all going to have been coming together very last minute. And I just don't know that I've got the confidence that he's going to have the creative support behind him that's going to give him the jet fuel that is needed to go to the next level. I always think back to Daniel Bryan. Daniel Bryan was never meant to be champion at WrestleMania 30 until we got really close to the show. He was meant to be facing Sheamus, right? And then the fans demanded it. I mean, insisted it. I mean, could you imagine that WrestleMania 30 main event if it had been Orton Batista? Oh my God, right? If Daniel had not been in that, it would have been horrific. The fans would have hijacked the show. I'm not saying they would have stormed the ring, but the yes chants, the we want Daniel chants, the booing during the main event, it would have been biblical. It would have been something that we look back on and go, they really dropped the ball. There was really no option other than to put Daniel in that match, unless Vince wanted to just sit there and revel in, like, you know, the car crash that is, you know. Sometimes he does that. You know, when Seth against Bray was having we want refunds and BS chants and all this, apparently Vince was backstage laughing his head off. Wasn't worried about it, but I don't think he would want that for the main event of WrestleMania. I think he would want to try and avoid that. And so, you know, they had to put Daniel in. But look at what they did afterwards. I mean, what they did after is they did a feud with Kane, which I have to say was lackluster. I mean, they tried, but it didn't have the same energy. It was nowhere near as good as him getting to the belt. You know, once the underdog has achieved it, once the underdog has reached the mountaintop, well, I said before, they're not the underdog then, are they? I mean, they're not. They've got there. They've done it. They're the man. They're the person. That story is now officially over. You've now got to start a new story where this person is now trying to keep the belt. And I just thought what they did following WrestleMania wasn't that strong. And obviously not that too long after he has to forfeit the title anyway, right? So I just sort of think I could see the same with Sami. I just don't know that he's going to get the creative support. I could see it being all about, he's got to get to the belt. We've got to get him there. We as fans want that moment. And as soon as we get it, I'm not saying that we're fickle and we're going to drop our support, but I think it becomes a very different story immediately. All of a sudden, then he's not the underdog now. Now he's the champ. And you need to very quickly pivot into a different story. And it needs to be a very strong story. Something like what we've seen with the Bloodline that is compelling and really drives the narrative forwards. And unless you've got the right creative in place for it and you're prepared for it, it's more likely that it's going to be a come down than you're going to be able to maintain. So I don't think Cody goes in as a big underdog. I think we're all expecting Cody to go in and win, right? Cody, I think, goes in as an underdog going kayfabe, but we're expecting him to win. I think the creative will be a lot stronger for him. And I don't think the come down will be as great as well. We all expect Cody to be champ. And so the story does evolve, but it evolves in a very natural way. I don't think it evolves in a natural way with Sami. The story with Sami has to be as gripping as the journey getting to the title. That is hard. That is hard. That is hard. That is very hard. I do not envy creative trying to come up with a story as compelling for Sami as the Bloodline stuff we've just seen. So that's why I would think Cody would make a better champion. But I could be proven wrong if the creative is there to help Sami and support Sami. I think they should have a false finish at Elimination Chamber, says VIP J-Lim, where Roman's foot was under the rope for the 3 count. Sami thinks he's won. The match restarts and he ends up losing, said VIP J-Lim. That would be good. Jacob said, do you think... Lee said Sami is a bit overrated. Jacob said, do you think Montreal will take over the show if Sami loses? Because you've got to think they're going to be loud. Yeah, if Sami loses and is screwed, the crowd will take over the show and they'll hijack it. But you want that because you want Sami going into WrestleMania red hot. You want him to be seen as being someone that's being cheated, someone that's being not given a fair crack of the whip. You want the crowd booing, going mental. You want the crowd on the verge of rioting. You don't want them to actually riot, but you want that message sent around the world Look at this crowd. They are right behind Sami. He has just been cheated, and they are close to storming the ring. They are that angry. That's the kind of stuff that is gold for Sami. It's gold. It just keeps that momentum going. And that's all great and fine if the end result is going to be somewhat satisfying. But this is what we keep coming back to. What is the end result? What is the end of his story? Where is this leading to? And the other thing as well is that the crowd will be angry if Sami is screwed, but it's right at the end of the show. He ain't gonna. One of the last things we will see is Sami being screwed. That means that you get that big reaction from the crowds, and you close the show with the crowd going bananas. You close with a big, oh my God, like, are they about to riot? Like, you know, and that's it. The show ends. I mean, just think of like what that's going to play like on Twitter and all of that kind of stuff. So it makes sense. It does make sense. And it being in Montreal, screw job, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I still expect it to go that way. I still expect it that Roman wins or loses but keeps the belts. Sami to be cheated. Completely expecting that. Kevin making the save. Kevin's got to be involved. We haven't seen Kevin in since Royal Rumble. I completely expect him to come down and try and help Sami. I expect him to come down, try and help his friend. That's just going to get the Montreal fans even more. If it was even possible for them to get another level hyped, have Kevin Owens come down, and that will do it, because they're right behind Sami. And oh my God, here's Kevin Owens, the guy that was handcuffed and beaten up at the Rumble, now helping his fellow countrymen. I mean, it's going to be immense. And if the end result is Sami is cheated and he still can't do it, the show will close with a red-hot crowd. It will keep Sami exactly where he needs to be. Keeps the belts on Roman because he's got to main event WrestleMania. It gives us questions that we hopefully will get some answers to. But this is what he keeps coming back to. So you do that, you go to Raw. Everyone's going to be hoping that Sami gets a rematch, and then if we end up getting Sami and Kevin against the Usos, it's just not going to work. It's not going to work. It's fine for a story because Jay cost Sami or whatever, and oh my God, you know, we need revenge. But I really feel that the fans want Sami to get to the title. I think we are. Someone said it ages ago. Someone said, are we at the point now where the only satisfying conclusion is Sami beating Roman for the belts? I think it is. I think it is. I don't think Cody needs to beat Roman. I don't think Cody needs to do that. All Cody needs to do is win the belts. And I don't think Sami needs a long title reign, because Sami... Oh, my God. You do Roman Sami. You do a screwy finish. You do the rematch for night 1 of WrestleMania. Sami wins it. He gets his moment. It's Sami Cody night 2. Cody wins the belts. Does it? That ticks every box. That ticks every box. That ticks every box. What goes wrong there? Sami has to beat Roman. Roman is the one that wronged him. Just winning the titles is not good enough. He's got to beat Roman for them. So if you do a screwy finish in Montreal, you do the rematch night 1 of WrestleMania. Sami versus Roman. Both the belts on the line. Sami wins. That means that night 1 of WrestleMania is massive. Everyone's going crazy. Sami is emotional. Sami is the one that beats Roman. Sami is the one that beats Roman. That's amazing. that Sami gets that honor. So he gets the belts and he beats Roman. Now, Cody has won the Rumble. He has to face in the main event the champion. Sami, now, who had a match 24 hours before, is going to face Cody because Cody's earned that right. And unsurprisingly, Cody is going to beat Sami. Now, I think that Sami has won the belt, so that means that a lot of the fans aren't going to be, well, they are going to be behind Sami, of course, because Sami just achieved an amazing thing. But he's done it. He's achieved it. It's been achieved. He's done it. It's done. It's done. He's ended Roman's title reign. He's won the titles. He's done it. It's done. It's done. See, this is the advantage over the triple threat, because the triple threat, it's not done. The triple threat, you've got to choose either Sami or Cody. This way, Sami does it, wins the belts, ends Roman's title reign, does it on night 1, goes into the match on night 2, defending them against Cody. Cody, I think, will have the more support. I think you'll split the crowd. We spoke about it earlier. Maybe you just take it on the chin, right? You just take it on the chin. We have to just accept that in order for them both to taste success, something's going to have to be a bit clunky. And the main event of WrestleMania being Sami against Cody for night 2, having seen them both in the ring at the same time and how, great that segment was, I don't think people are going to be down on Sami and Cody. I do understand Cody winning his first title off a babyface is not ideal, but it's just about him getting to the title. If he wins the WWE title, that's the end of his story. Cody has just said you've got to complete your story. Sami beating Roman and being the guy that beat Roman means he might not come out with the belts, but he comes out of WrestleMania having been the champion and having been the guy that ended Roman's title reign. He will always have that. He will always be that guy. And then night 2 means that we get the belts onto Cody. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. That ticks a lot of boxes. Ticks a lot of boxes. It's just, can you accept Cody winning the title by beating Sami? Can you accept Cody beating Sami, a babyface, to win his first title? I can see a lot of people going, no, I don't want that. I don't want the person that beats Roman to lose the title 24 hours later. I can understand that. But you won't ever take that acknowledgement away from Sami. Sami will always be the person that was good enough to do it. And actually, Cody beating Sami makes you then think, was Cody good enough to do it as well? Maybe these are the two guys that were good enough to do it. Sami and Cody, both, were at that level. William said, it doesn't pass the longer reign than Hogan test. Roman retains until 40. I don't think you can do it. I mean, like, the 1,000 days is something that I've wanted to see. But I think we have to talk about what's more important. Is this Sami story more important than Roman getting to 1,000 days? I think it is. I think this Sami moment, this moment in time with Sami, is more important than Roman getting to 1,000 days. That's why the 1,000 days thing isn't really it's not factoring for me. I don't think you can deny Sami this moment and deny Cody right now just to get Roman to a certain number. It's incredible that he's got this far. It's incredible that he's got this far. But I would not deny Sami just so that Roman could get to a number for his title reign. Right, where are we? We've got 6 minutes left to go. Damage Control have come down. Spinebreaker. Here's Spinebuster. Here's Bianca to kick out by Bayley. Locker room have come down. They've started beating up Damage Control. So Damage Control trying to interfere. Locker room dealing with them. So Io able to get back up. She's just been absolutely pounded by the women's locker room, and now she's climbing up. Io is being picked up, carried across the ring, hurled to the outsides. So Io gets chucked to the outsides. So we got loads of women down. I hate that spot. I really hate that spot. Every time you get that spot, I say I hate that spot. Look at all the women looking so pathetic. They've just had a person chucked to them. They're all down on the ground like they've been shot. Becky is in the ring. We're still underway with this. So lots of outside interference. Sami only being champ for one day is him completing his story. I think so. That seems a bit dirty and gets heat on Cody. I disagree. I think that it doesn't get heat on Cody because Cody has earned his right to have that match. Everyone knows Cody's main event in WrestleMania. It's Sami that's inserting himself in the main event of WrestleMania when, you could make the argument he doesn't belong there. So I think Cody winning his match that he has earned, I don't think that gets heat on him. I think Sami being the one to beat Roman and winning the belts, that's not completing his story. Of course it is. Of course it is. Now, whatever happens after that, but Sami beating Roman and winning the belts is absolutely the end of his story. And that is actually my point. That is the end of that story. Hence why 24 hours later, I do not have any problem with Cody completing his story. And if it means completing his story, he has to beat Sami, who only 24 hours had just completed his. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I don't need Sami to have this long title reign. This isn't about Sami having a long title reign. This is about Sami getting revenge on Roman and tasting a level of success I don't know he could have expected tasting. Last year, he was in a match with the Jackass guys. He was nowhere near the main event. What we're saying is that if he gets a DQ or something in Elimination Chamber, we are putting him in the main event of night one of WrestleMania. We're putting him in the main event. We're saying he is going to be the person to beat Roman clean, and he's going to get the belts. There can't be anyone saying that's not good or that's not good enough. 24 hours later, he drops it to Cody. I'm fine with it. It's Sami's story is completed by that point for me. Going to be hotly debated, though, innit? It's going to be hotly debated. Right, we've got Bianca winning. Bianca wins main event here, which we thought she would. We've had lots of people come down. Lots of outside interference. We're just seeing a rundown. We got Bianca holding up the championship. We're just seeing some replays of what's happened. Quite a few replays, actually, of what's happened earlier on the show. They showed a replay of Sami and Cody doing their promos. Got a replay here of Brock and Bobby fighting in the entranceway. We've obviously got lots of adverts for Elimination Chamber. Bobby and Brock. The obvious is Sami and Kevin winning the tag titles, but I feel this Bloodline story has got more layers to it. Maybe the Usos having a blood feud, family breakdown involving Rikishi. What do you think? I know I'm just repeating myself, but Sami and Kevin winning the tag titles does nothing for me. Does nothing. That is not the completion of this story. Does nothing. I just don't care for it. I just really don't care for it. That is not something that's going to have me hyped. It'll be a a natural conclusion. It'll be the next step in the story if Jay costs Sami. But saying that, Jay can't even cost Sami because I don't think Jay's allowed in Canada. So I don't even think Jay can cost Sami at the Elimination Chamber. Right, anyway. Wisp said the tag titles haven't mattered in about a decade. No, Trish. Unless I missed her. Unless she came down and she was invisible. But there were big rumors earlier today that Trish was backstage. We didn't talk about it because I didn't want to put spoilers out there. No Trish. I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked. I really expected Lita, Trish, Becky. I expected this to be a match that was going to be made for Elimination Chamber, and we haven't seen anything. Yeah, where's Trish? I'm really shocked. I don't know. I feel like that's a big question coming out of this. Where is Trish? I don't know. Do you think after WrestleMania that Roman takes time off? Apparently not. No, I read earlier today. Apparently he is going to stick around. Apparently he is sticking about. So I think, look, Cody's coming out with at least a belt, right? I think we can agree with that. He's coming out with at least a belt. So I think that we could see a rematch with Roman. Roman could get a rematch. I don't know that it'll be WrestleMania Backlash or if it'll just be a little bit after that, but rumors are he is not doing a running away like I was expecting. I thought WrestleMania, that'd be it, drops the belt, done. Apparently not. He's sticking around a bit afterwards. So I don't know. I mean, look, does that put another wrinkle in it? Is it a case that Roman leaves WrestleMania with the belts and then drops it to Cody at like WrestleMania Backlash? I mean, there's so much about that I hate. I mean, I don't mind him trying to get to the 1,000-day thing, but you can't. WrestleMania Backlash is going to be a small show. It's a B show. You can't have Cody win the belt there. That'd be rubbish. Listen, 80-odd thousand, is it? They've sold 50,000 tickets. I think we can get to 80,000. WWE are going to say there's 80,000 night one, night two. Yeah, we're at SoFi Stadium. Oh, my God. Imagine Sami getting his moment night one. Imagine Cody getting his moment night two. I can't escape that idea. I really can't. It's going to be hard to book him after Mania. Is only seen as a main event talent, says I'm spicy. Sami Cody at Mania. Roman could interfere. Jay turns on Jimmy. And then The Rock helps Sami. What do you think about Bloodline? Do they take a hiatus? I think the Bloodline is crumbling. It feels like it's crumbling. Now, they could snap back into focus and we could do Kevin and Sami against the Usos, as many people are saying. What we're going to do and what I would do, I feel, are slightly different things. There is every chance that Sami fails at Elimination Chamber and then at WrestleMania, he gets the tag match. And that's it. That is it. Deal with it, right? Cody is in the main event, wins the belts, right? I think if we're to sit here and say what's the most likely thing that's going to happen, I think we say that's the most likely thing. I've just said what I would do. I of everything we've discussed, everything that's been spoken about, everything that we've gone through, and we've come at this at every angle possible. We've had Cody leaving with the belts. We've had Sami leaving with the belts. We've had Roman leaving with the belts. We've looked at triple threats. We've looked at do one belt on night one. We've done do another belt on night two. With everything that we've looked at, my favorite thing so far, and it could get beaten by something else, but my favorite thing is what we just said. And logically, I've only really got there because of all of the conversations that we've been having. But I really love the idea of Sami getting his rematch, night one, winning, getting his moment at WrestleMania in the main event, being the person to beat Roman, because that is something that cannot be taken away from him. You cannot take that off him. You can take the belts off him, but you cannot take away the fact that we have said all along, the person that beats Roman is a made man. The person that beats Roman is a made man, just like the person that ended Undertaker's streak is a made man. So Sami wins the belts, main events WrestleMania, beats Roman, is that man, is that person. 24 hours later, has to go in to a monster challenge and just fall short. Just fall short. Cody gets it. Cody gets his moment. Shakes hands with Sami afterwards. Sami can look dejected. He can shake hands with Cody. There can be a real moment of respect. It can be an amazing way to end WrestleMania. Maybe like both of them with their hands in the air side by side. The winner of night one, the winner of night two, the man that beat Roman, the man that's leaving with the belts. I mean, honestly, there's so many ticks for me in this. So many ticks. There are a few that you go, okay, I see what you're saying. Like, what? Sami gets the belt for just 24 hours. I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But right now, I don't even know if he's getting the belt at all. Right? Right now, we're talking about him not getting the belt at Elimination Chamber and then fighting for tag titles at WrestleMania. So right now, 24 hours with titles that I don't know that he's going to get ever sounds pretty good to me. And main event in WrestleMania sounds pretty good to me. And beating Roman sounds pretty good to me. So that's a lot of ticks. So I like that. Him then going on and us having this the two hottest baby faces going up against each other. Do I love that? Not really. I'd much rather have a hot baby face and a hot heel. I'd much rather that, but I've had that night one. I've had that with Sami and Roman. Now Cody has to have his chance. He's got to have his chance. And it's going to be a fair fight. There's going to be no outside interference. There's going to be no messing around. No one's going to be cheating Cody. No one should cheat Cody. No one should cheat Sami. It should be just an incredible... Think of how great that wrestling match would be. It should just be an amazing wrestling match. Fantastic contest. A battle to find out who is the best. Who is the man. Who is the rightful champion. And Cody comes out on top. It's Cody's time. And he completes his story. Sami completes his. Cody completes his. Cody celebrates with Sami. Night one winner. Night two winner. The guy that beat Roman. The guy that's leaving with the belts. You would put Sami over so big as the Roman killer. The tribal chief slayer. Right? This guy is a made man. It does not matter. It matters not one jot that he leaves WrestleMania without those belts. It does not matter at all. It is all about Roman not being champion. And Sami did it. He is the one that guaranteed Roman did not leave with those belts. That is what it comes down to. Revenge and being the one and being that made man and getting that victory and main event in WrestleMania and winning those belts. And then he went forward, put on hopefully an absolute banger with Cody. I mean, you would want that to be a 5-star classic on night two, and hopefully it would be. Just fall short. Just fall short. And it could always just niggle away at him that if he hadn't had that war with Roman just 24 hours before, he would still be the champion. And it's an argument that he would be able to make. You would never be able to take away the fact he was the Roman killer. Yeah. It's going to have to take something really damn good to beat that in my mind. It's ticking a lot of boxes. It's ticking a lot of boxes. Ticking a lot of boxes. So, yeah, it's going to have to take something really good to change my mind on that one. Oh, it's good though, isn't it? Chewing over it. Oh, it's like a real satisfying bit of steak, this is. It really is. It really is. Oh, I mean, I need to do a review and videos and things, but I'm just like, I'm chewing away over this. Matt said, in regard to Sami, has the title ever been put on someone because the audience highly charged emotional requirements only for it to be a mistake? Has the WWE title ever been put on someone because of the crowds and it was a mistake? Well, I mean, you would look at Benoit. I mean, Benoit is someone, Benoit was seen as being like, you know, this legit person who was respected by the audience. But I mean, Benoit being world champion is obviously a mistake now. You could never know what was going to happen, of course. But that is one that definitely comes to mind. Ray, I don't know that Ray wasn't a mistake, but he is someone that's, you know, it was an amazing moment. It was very emotional. It was all around Eddie Guerrero. You can kind of, you know, the underdog doing it. It wasn't a mistake. It legitimizes Ray. It's maybe not the greatest like title reign or anything. It's a brilliant story though. That's not a mistake. Daniel wasn't a mistake, even though the title reign after wasn't brilliant, and the fact he had to give up the belt, you know, that wasn't a mistake. Still get that moment, but what follows is not that great. Do you know what? The other thing I really like about this Sami thing is he drops the belt 24 hours later. Fans are going to be sad for him. Fans are going to be sad for him. They're going to be like, damn, you know, he deserves better than that. There's going to be sympathy for him. So not only does he get to main event WrestleMania, not only does he get to kill Roman, not only does he get the belts for 24 hours, he comes out of it with people going, damn, man, he deserved better than that. He comes out of it with sympathy. He gets sympathy as well. People rooting for him all over again. That's like having your cake and eating it. Oh, they did him dirty, man. He should have had the belts longer. That is a narrative that you could really dig into and potentially get him back to the belts, but down the road again. It's so deeply satisfying. I'm so deeply satisfied with this way. I'm going to be gutted now if they don't go this way. Do you think Roman keeps the head of the table gimmick after all of this? Yeah, I don't think he should. Well, I mean, look, head of the table in terminology may go, but this heel Roman shouldn't go. I don't think he should be like, oh, do you know what? I've been a right douche these past 2 years. Thank you for helping me see the light. I'm going to go back to being the big dog now. Dun. No way should we do that. That Roman that like split the crowds. This Roman is cool. This Roman doesn't give a flip. This Roman is not the suffering succotash Roman, right? So we might not use the head of the table terminology and we might not use the tribal chief terminology, but we shouldn't abandon how cool this Roman is compared to the other Roman, you know? We shouldn't abandon that. Right, I need to go. We've stuck around for 15 minutes after, and I didn't mean to be honest, because I do need to do videos. You're forgetting the most important thing with your idea. The crowd turns on Cody. I don't think they do. I don't think the crowd turns on Cody. The reason why I don't think the crowd turns on Cody is because I think the crowd are pretty split anyway. I think there's a good chunk of people that want Cody to win. I think there's a good chunk of people that want Sami to win. I do understand that having Cody and Sami both battle for the belts on night 2 means that you split the crowds. But as we spoke about earlier, hence why I'm not forgetting it, do you just accept that and you just go, do you know what? We do a match with the 2 hottest stars right now and we find out who the best is. Now, is that going to result in everyone not being with Cody? Yeah, okay. Does that matter? And that's where it becomes interesting. Does it matter? Cody achieves his dream. People are going to be happy for Cody to achieve his dream. I actually think, and this might be controversial, but I actually think that the Sami support would settle down a little on night 2. I think the Sami support would get loud chants, but I don't think people are going to passionately be behind him, wanting him to win, because I think that people, and you're really getting into psychology here, but I think people will look at it as if he's had his moment. He's done what we wanted for him. You deserve it. You did it. You've completed your story. Game over. Done. Dusted. Well done. You did it. You're the guy. You deserve it. Tick. Brilliant. Now let's go to night 2. Time for Cody to achieve it. Time for Cody to achieve his. Sami's done his. It's time for Cody to achieve his. So from a psychology point of view, and this is always very difficult because not everyone thinks the same, but from a psychology point of view, my guess is that the majority would be rooting for either Sami or for Cody, but would acknowledge that Sami had already completed his story and now it's time for Cody to complete his. Will it be 100%? Nope. It won't be 100%. It would only be, I don't even know if it'd ever be 100%, but obviously if you do Roman Cody, then that is going to be the closest you can get to it. But if you do Roman Cody, that means that Sami's not going to get his moment. I mean, I can't see a way where they can both get their moments and they're both facing Roman unless they both fight for 1 belt each. My feeling on that is if they fight for 1 belt each, it's a bit predictable as to what's going to happen. If Sami is cheated at Elimination Chamber and he goes into WrestleMania to fight for 1 belt and then Cody ends up fighting for the other belt on night 2, we all know what's happening. If you do Roman Sami night 1, Cody fights the winner on night 2, I don't think that's quite as obvious, because are you confident that they will give the clean win, they'll give the victory to Sami on night 1? Do you think they'll do that? Do you think they'll do that? Or do you think they'll go with Roman? I actually think there's doubt going into WrestleMania if you do that rematch. And then night 2, I think the fans are just being treated to 2 of the best, 2 massive baby faces. It's going to split the crowd. I think the majority will be with Cody, because not because they hate Sami, but Sami's story is done. He's done it. He's beat Roman. He is the champion. I think that they'll want Cody to complete his. And then I think, we do it. Cody gets his moment. Cody, of course, is going to raise Sami's hand, point at him. They're going to embrace. It's going to be an amazing visual of the winners of both nights of WrestleMania embracing the former champ and the current champ. And, basically they sort of, in a way, both win WrestleMania. They both win WrestleMania. As I've said, Sami wins night 1. Cody wins night 2. Yes, Cody leaves with the belts, but Sami leaves with being the one that beat Roman. And you cannot take that away from him. You can't take away Brock beat Undertaker's streak, and you can't take away that Sami beats Roman. So, are you splitting the crowd night 2? Yes. Is it a problem? That's where it becomes an interesting conversation. That's where it becomes interesting. In the past, I said it was a problem, but in the past, I was not taking into consideration that we'd already given Sami his moment, that Sami had already got there. I think it's a problem if you do Roman, Sami, Cody. I think that's a problem. Because if you do that one match, then only one person is winning a belt. Unless you have a screwy finish where they both pin Roman, but that's just, yeah. Do you know what I mean? They both pin Roman. What should we do? Oh, let's just have 1 belt each. What? What's that? What's that rule? Where's that come from? When's that been a thing? That seems like a cop-out to me. When's that been a thing? 2 winners because you both pinned Roman at the same time and you're both just going to take a belt? Some people might look at that and go, that's brilliant. Oh, that is genius. Oh, that is so good. I would look at that as a cop-out. They both get to stand there with championships, I suppose, and everyone gets to applaud, and there's no, the only loser is Roman. But I personally don't find that satisfying. That seems like a cop-out. That seems like we're bending the rules. We've never done that before, like double winners and all this kind of stuff. That would seem like a cop-out to me. John, good night. I think Cody was promised to be the one to dethrone Roman, so I don't think Sami will get that moment, said Justin. I don't know. I don't know that they promised him that. I think they promised him the belt. I don't know that they promised him to be the one to beat Roman. I think the conversation will have been, come in, we'll get you to the title. Like, what is it that you're coming back, let's talk. And I think he would have said, I want the belt. I want the belt my dad almost won but couldn't win. I want the belt that my dad never got, that Dustin never got, that I never came close to when I was here first time. I think he wants the belt. I don't think he necessarily cares about being the one to beat Roman. I don't think that's what this is about. But it is about that for Sami. It is about that for Sami. You could have Sami heel turn after he loses with Kevin Owens coming out to help him beat down Cody on Raw the next night, says Kenny. Let's say Sami loses. What do you do with him then? All of his momentum is gone. Loses where? Elimination Chamber? Where? If he loses at Elimination Chamber, I think maybe the crowd will still want him to. The crowd will feel cheated. The crowd will still be behind him. There'll still be a clamour for him to get to the world title. But honestly, the most likely thing is he goes in for the tag belts. That's the most likely thing. That's getting it all, having both win. That's not going to happen. Triple H is running things, says Rick. You could do the triple threat on night 2. Paulie gets Roman his rematch on night 2. Why give Cody the belt at the first chance given, said Warsaw Ram. I mean, it's good. It's a good argument. It's a good argument. I think that, you could have Cody lose. The only thing is, if Cody loses, again, you're going to have people a bit disappointed because, there are people out there that want to see Cody complete this journey, and WWE have been going very heavy about his journey and very heavy with his injury and he's won the Rumble. I mean, everything is going towards him winning that title. The stream is flowing in one direction and it's flowing towards him getting that belt. So I think for there to then be a swerve where he doesn't, he's going to catch people by surprise. I think there's going to be a bit of disappointment. You're right. He doesn't have to win it at the first time of trying, but I don't know. I actually think, and again, it's hard to know, but I'm just going with what I think and what I feel. I actually think that if Sami beats Roman night 1 and then beats Cody on night 2, I actually think there would be a bit of disappointment there. More disappointment than if Cody won night 2. Because I think human psychology is that we want to see people achieve their dreams, finish their stories, the underdog achieve, and don't forget Cody's an underdog as well. He might not feel like it right now because everything's saying he's going to win the belts, but this is a guy that was never meant to do this. This is a guy that was Stardust. This is a guy that was dashing Cody Rhodes. This is a guy that had to leave and do what he did to earn the right to come back and be in the position that he's in. And I think the fans recognize that and understand that. And I think that in that regards, he's been an underdog. And I think that if you gave the fans the satisfying conclusion to Sami, but not the satisfying conclusion to Cody, I would actually worry a little bit as to what the mood would be like at the end of night 2. I don't know that the fans would be going banana with big loud Sami chants. Like, yes, Sami's done it. He's kept the belt. Sami. I think the feeling would be not, let's celebrate Sami. I think it would be, let's be gutted for Cody. So it's really, this is where you're getting into a bit of the unknown, because how can you truly know how that crowd's going to react? The only thing I can say is how I would feel, and how I would feel is I'd be really happy for Sami on night 1. And now it's time for Cody to do his. And if Sami beat Cody clean night 2, you go, okay, we're going all in on Sami. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to celebrate like I did night 1, because night 2, it's like, well, okay, we're going all in on Sami, and we haven't seen Cody achieve his dream, and that's a bit of a downer. I feel like you're ending WrestleMania a bit like, okay, we've gone that way. Whereas the big moment of Cody getting that belt, looking at it, tears in his eyes, looking up at his father, that's going to completely overshadow the fact Sami's lost. Cody in tears, on his knees, with a belt that his dad couldn't win, looking up at the heavens, saying, like, I did it for you. We've done it. That's completely overshadowing Sami losing. Completely. And the two of them embracing, and, Sami, shaking Cody's hands, and if he's going to losing it to Cody, no worries. Shame it had to happen so soon. Shame I couldn't have longer with it. I'll get it again. I really don't mind this story, I'm sure that's coming through because we've stuck around for 25 minutes. But, yeah. Rick said, I just thought of something. Roman is going to leave, could go on vacation. We need a heel to take his place. Apparently, Roman's sticking around. So I don't know that he is leaving immediately after, but hey, look, that's for another time. Right, we're done. I've got to do this review. I feel wide awake. I was shattered last week. I feel brilliant now. So I need to go and do this review. Really appreciate the support. Really appreciate people sharing their thoughts, because honestly, some of the conversations we only go down because people chip in their thoughts, and we're doing this and we're doing that. And, it's got me thinking, and I've come up with something I like. I fully am aware that it's not going to be 100% accepted by everyone out there. And everyone's going to have their own thoughts as to what they would do. So hopefully it's got people thinking. Hopefully it's got people, chewing over what they would do for WrestleMania. It's a really brilliant time to be a wrestling fan right now, because there's different ways you can take this. And you could have Cody come out as champ. You could have Sami come out as champ. You could have Roman come out as champ. There's so many different ways you can go. I don't know that there's this big obvious way forward right now. And that is so satisfying, because normally we sit here and there is a big obvious way forward going into WrestleMania. Normally you can look at the main event and go, this is what we're doing. This is where we're going. This is what's going to happen. Drew going into WrestleMania 36 was going to leave as champion, right? It was going to happen. And so we knew that. And so, we don't have that necessarily this time. I mean, the only thing we do have is I think Cody leaves as champion. But as has just been discussed, maybe he doesn't get it first time of trying. I think he does in SoFi in front of 80-odd thousand. I think he does. But Sami has definitely presented a wrinkle in this story. Definitely presented a wrinkle. And it's really fun to chew over. I hope you enjoy it as well. Right, I'm done. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And I will see you again next time. I'm off to buy some of those Mario boots.